I got no problem with Bob's budget,
Yeah.
Amy.
I know he was supposed to come in, so, I mean, he was set for 2:45. So we can just kind of hang tight. Because then after that, it's town clerk, so we'll grab Renee.
Yeah, I mean, a whole $17
Is
is
Bob
nothing.
here? Sure. Suzanne, you're in the meeting now, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Orla, can you, for the sake of staying on time, we had just gotten started, but, can you scroll back to conservation? There we go.
Yeah.
So here was the conservation budget,
Okay.
with a reduction of $3 overall. She made some adjustments, to travel, professional affiliations. She just kind of moved some numbers around a bit. Carolyn had asked us just to present without her here.
Okay.
Does that look acceptable to you?
Yep. I don't see any questions I would ask.
Okay. And Bob just walked in. So, okay, we've switched back. All right, Bob, you're on.
I'm on.
You're on. You have your sheets there.
I
You
got my
can
sheets
bring them closer
anyway,
if you want.
Nothing has to change anyway. I got a very small budget.
Okay, so everyone, Bob is here if you had any questions for him.
Nah, Bob, your budget's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
Your budget's fine.
Thank you. Bye.
hey, Bob, have a good one.
That
Come
was
in here,
simple.
I'm 5 minutes early, now I leave.
Thanks, Bob.
Sorry, Bob.
Take care. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll let Renee know that whenever she's ready, I'll go let Renee know whenever she's ready, she can come in.
Okay.
Did you guys get all of my multiple emails?
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah,
I think I have them all printed out.
okay, good stuff. Yeah, it was piecemeal. I was hanging on for those fire department budgets. They knew they had to get them to me last Friday, but things happen. So, but yeah, anyway, we got them by this morning.
Orla, I looked at it quickly. Did we actually get one from community?
We did. We got a separate one from community fire and ambulance. Both of them went out in the email last night.
Okay. I printed them out. So I just quickly went through them after they printed, and I didn't see communities, but I'm sure it's probably there if you sent it.
Yeah, it should be at the very end, actually.
Okay.
Okay, did anybody see I know we're being recorded right now. Did anybody see the attorney that had the cat filter?
Yes.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
The what?
I'm not
I can
really a cat.
share it. I can share it right now. Let me see. All right. I'm just going to stop your screen sharing, Orla, for a second, just so we can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because laughing is good. Okay.
Mr. Cotton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take
We're
a
trying to, can you hear me, Judge?
I think filter.
It is, I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here, she's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. But I'm here live, I'm not a cat.
I can see that.
Everything's fine. My picture popped up. I was in the waiting room. with the
Anyways,
guy.
that was the guy.
Just all the cakes.
Oh, now I
I
gotta
saw-
stop it.
Cat food instead of meat.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I
Oh,
thought that was hilarious.
it really,
I heard something about he had a younger child or something he lent his laptop to or something to that effect.
to me, it was either that or his assistant wanted to play a prank on him.
Maybe,
You mean his
maybe.
ex-assistant if he
Yeah.
did that?
No, that explanation seems more likely.
Yeah.
Funny.
Oh, I thought that was funny when I saw it too.
That's good.
We need a good laugh.
Oh, yeah. And the guy in the corner with the beard, the other attorney, he just starts chuckling after the guy says, "I'm not a cat." Clearly.
Oh, that's funny.
That's funny. I
So-
wonder if they
Yep.
ever got it switched over.
I don't know. I found the way to filter through through Zoom, but there wasn't that many options, and I couldn't find the option for the cat.
I would have died if you came on as a cat.
I did find a way to sort of filter.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's Renee. Hold on. I'm gonna change your name.
I apologize for being late, by the way. I don't know why. I had it down that we were meeting at 3.
Well, it was 2:45 and then it was 2:30 and originally it was 3. So it's my fault. It just
And I might have added them when it was originally 3 to my phone, to my calendar.
yeah. All right. So let's move on to town clerk, the town clerk's budget. Or let me make sure you can share your screen again. Yep, you should still be able to share your screen now. Sorry that I
Gonna go grab
I
that.
preempted you with the
No, you're, no worries.
all right. So Renee, do you want to?
Can't start, but I don't, my headphones aren't working, so can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Can
All
you?
right, I might have a little hard time hearing you, so I might have you,
It might be a delay.
or I might have to have you repeat because it's just the, oh my God, the speaker that's on the computer that's working
Okay.
for whatever reason. I don't know. I've used these before and I don't know why they're not working now. But anyhow, do you want to just move down to the budget? I mean, there's not really much change in here. Kind of still a lot of unknowns about the training and conferences and all of that. I don't know if we'll be back up in September for conference. Usually we have a September, April conference and then September. Of course, I'm 99% sure April is going to be canceled. I'm not sure what's going on in September, which is next year's budget. So while it looks like we haven't spent that, we haven't, and I'm still asking it for next year, but for obvious reasons. I did up the indexing and recording a little bit, and that's kind of tied to the capital project that I'm gonna talk about too. So the more microfilming we do, which we must microfilm all our permanent records, and you'll see from the project that I have in capital, which I didn't even think about when I sent off to Orla, again, because I was just trying to get the budget to her, and so I wasn't thinking about that until afterwards. So microfilming is important. All our permanent records should be microfilmed and stored off-site, where a majority of what's been done in the past is stored off-site at Iron Mountain on the other side of Connecticut. But the more microfilming you do, the more storage cost there is. So that's one of the reasons I upped that a little bit, the indexing and microfilming and recording. And again, that's really, I think I had 16.5, and then when the Board of Selectmen came back to us and said, hey, can you trim from your budgets last year, I did knock that down to the 14.5. But I'm just asking to restore some of that. I don't know where we'll end up because land records, it's unpredictable. I mean, I felt comfortable at the 14.5, but again, you know, who knows what next year will bring. So that'll give us a little bit, I think, more of a leeway in there. Plus, again, it's so much per film to store it. So it's just a little extra to cover that. I think right now my storage, I think last year's bill was somewhere between $600 and $700. Comes at the end of the year. It's just a one-time per year for the storage of that. I have all things opening up on my computer here. Is that you, Orla? Okay. I
Renee,
mean, this is pretty basic budget, so I don't know if we want to move on to that capital.
I got a quick question as far as the indexing and recording, just thinking, making sure that you do have enough. In FY 18-19, you were at 17,000. What would have constituted the difference? With it being reduced?
We switched companies
Oh, okay.
in 18.
Okay.
So yeah, so I think we're actually, because this company, and of course COVID helps too, but people are very comfortable with the searching from their offices, from their homes for the land records.
Mhm.
And so the copies have the amount we're getting. So what happens, it's $1,400 a month for the bill, and then the copies, say it's $600 from copies, that gets reduced. The bill gets reduced and we're only billed for the difference.
Okay.
So that's fluctuating too. So it depends if it's a busy month or busy year, people doing a lot of refinancing. So there's these, people are searching the land records, that kind of thing, and they need copies of documents. So, and I think the major change there is the company.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That would make sense. So.
And I didn't actually have that open to share, though over the last few years, I presented that statistic report that shows the number of land records, the number of dogs, the number of this and that. And I did do that, and I could pull it up, but the land records have pretty held steady. So I don't know that it could be more than the change in the company and the increase in copy dollars that offset that.
Okay. Any questions from
Renee, I'll take a
Selectmen?
anyway, and if there's anything weird, I'll let you guys know, okay?
Hey, Renee, how far are we catching up with the old records? Where are we back to now?
Yeah, so I'm gonna, oh God, how come this isn't? All right, so I'm gonna share my screen.
I'll stop sharing
Start
mine.
sharing while the other participate. Oh, okay. I guess,
Only one can can.
Oh, okay. Orla, is she?
She's off. Yep. She's not.
off.
sharing
And now
anymore.
I don't see the share button anymore.
It's not letting you share?
Let's see more, maybe it's under more. Usually you see I saw the button before when I tried. Oh, here we go. And is this the one? So are you seeing my capital? Oh,
No.
wait a minute. Here we go.
There you go. Coming
Town
up.
of Thompson fiscal year. Are you seeing that now?
We
Yeah.
are.
We can. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to scroll down and this will answer your question, Ken. So I'm proposing for vitals, which are death, birth, marriages, and actually, as I'm thinking about that, we may have a military book. I'm not sure if we're have enough of military in to do another book, but this is what I've done. So from before 1999, everything before that has been microfilmed. And We have obviously the archival copies because those are printed on archival paper. So, so I am proposing that going, you know, I want to catch up to 2020. And so you'll see, you know, that's what I'm proposing here. So we don't need to have the books printed because we have them, but we have 3,900 pages that need to be filmed, and it's 20 cents a page. So that's the 780. And then this is a small notation there that births went electronic in 2000. Actually, it's, yes, beginning in 2004. I have to adjust that. It says 2003, but in 2004, there was an electronic system. So we don't have to microfilm anything from that point forward. So I'm only proposing 1999 to the 2003. And then minutes project, again, minutes are they're a permanent record. And and the minutes project is done by RQS, who is our land records, and the vitalism I'm having Atkins do. Atkins is the one that stores our film. So I'm just splitting the project just because of, you know, what each company does. So we have Board of Selectmen from 2008 to 2019, Recreation Commission, Economic Development, and you see the years there, Housing Authority. So what happened is I did some of this with my last grant, and for whatever reason, I did the later book, which I think people would more likely be looking for anyway, but I did the later book. Now I'm finishing up Housing Authority. So there's one book there that contains all those years and Board of Assessment Appeals. So that is, that would be scanning each page. So what they do is they scan each page and then they make the film from the scan on the minutes. And then they will be printing books, the archival books for us. If you've been in the vault, you'll see that some, you know, past years are done, you know, so many Board of Finance, so many Board of various boards, WPCP, and they're in those small plastic, and it's just a way to condense the minutes so you're not taking up so much space. And so because once those are on archival paper and they're filmed, those originals are no longer originals. Those can get, we ask for permission from the library and we can toss those. That just frees up shelving space for us going forward. So that estimate is 3,800. And then we have 2 volumes of town proceedings, and I'm pretty sure you guys all know the town proceedings is, you know, the town minutes, the minutes from the town meetings, your appointments, election results, referenda results, and we have 2 full books, 11 and 12, which I want to say scan back from, date back to like maybe 2003. And we're working in 13 now. We're in a new book, 13. So these need to be microfilmed. I don't need archival copies because when I print these, I make my own archival copies on archival paper. So those are covered. What I am proposing, and we'll see how the time goes, getting back up to like vitals in minutes. I'm going to get these all caught up, and then going forward, we have scanners. We can scan, let's just say, starting with 2020, Board of Selectmen, we can scan all those minutes, put them on a disc, and send them to Atkins to film. So then they have the film, it stays stored, but we're making our own archival copies, which will save money over time. And it's just too much at this point, going back too far to try to between Lynn and I catching this all up. It would, you know, we would never get there. And I just think it's important. I mean, to be honest with you, I apply for that grant every year through the state library. And one of the things she's always throwing out at me, what about filming? What about filming? And However, we have another ongoing project that we're doing with the grant money. That is where we take the very old birth records, the vital records, your 1800s and coming, you know, in early 1900s. So those have all been filmed, and we have the archival copies, but they're so old, and some of them are in bound books. They're not in like binders or that we can open and remove. So it's hard to make copies if we need to. And anyway, long story short, this is a project that's dated back to Rachel of the preservation. And I've just followed along. Jeff continued that project, and I've just been following that plan that was laid out. And so we're getting all those preserved. So they cut them out of those books. They put them in sleeves that are protective sleeves, and then they can be copied right through those sleeves. So I'd like to save the grant money to continue that project and hopefully use capital to get this big project done. But I don't know if anybody has any questions, kind of a lot that I threw out there. I mean, it's roughly 5,000 is what you see at the bottom there.
Orla, did we get copies of that information? You have this under capital?
No, Suzanne, so when we were preparing for budget, there might have been 2 days that I was in that month. Sorry.
I'm
So
sorry.
I wasn't even thinking about capital. I was just thinking to get this to her to get done so she could be ready. And so it was only when I came back into the office and I started looking at the grant work and evaluating all of that I thought this was a worthwhile project. So she doesn't have it yet. I just, but I will definitely send it over to her.
Thank you.
My question, does this really fall under a capital expense because it's a one-time expense, Orla?
Yeah, it does
I mean,
really. Well, we could,
I totally see the value in it. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's kind of what we have to do.
yeah.
So,
So we could do one of two things. We could treat it as a capital expense, because as you say, it is a one-time deal, or else we increase Renee's operating expenses with the additional cost involved in this project.
Yeah, that was going to be my question as well, because I don't know that it actually falls under capital, but it could be put into the town clerk's budget.
I believe we've done one-time expenditures in the town clerk's budget when they bought, correct me if I'm wrong, the couple of cabinets.
I think there was.
No, I don't think that's where that ended up going. I thought
It is, yes, it ended up going
It
the
did?
operational expenses.
I remember that question coming up and we discussed it, went back and forth about it.
Wasn't it under, I mean, it looks like it might have been under office supplies and was that 1920? There was $6,420.
Yeah, that's correct, Amy.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would propose.
But, oh wait, it went into the office supplies in the town clerk's budget.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
In this
But
case-
having this explanation is really vital.
excellent.
Board of
Thank you, Renee.
Finance.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
So
And it sounds definitely like a worthwhile project.
I don't think we have a choice.
Yeah,
In the scheme of things.
yeah.
So.
No, ideally, we want to get everything photographed and archived, and so it's readily accessible.
It's quite an undertaking. Renee, do you have to scan every single one of those pages?
Same
So
question.
that's what I was saying to you.
Yeah.
Going forward, I think that might be something we can do. So at the end of the year, we would take the minute books from
Yep.
all of the boards and commissions, scan them onto a disc, print them on archival paper, because we have to have them in the vault on archival paper.
Okay.
Send the discs to Iron Mountain or Atkins, have them do the film, and that's the only piece they would do.
Oh,
So if I go back up to the vitals that I'm looking to have Atkins do,
mhm.
it's 20 cents here to film because they first have to scan all of these.
Right.
If they just have to film them, it's 6 cents.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just want to get us caught up, and then I'm hoping we have time in our office just to keep up with it.
Right.
You know, back in the day, you know, we have a microfilm room, microfiche or whatever they call it. So there was a machine and they did all that work right here. But I guess over time, the machine, you know, whatever was not, they couldn't fix, couldn't repair. And it probably doesn't make sense at this point to invest in that kind of thing. But if we can do the scanning, like I said, and then we print on archival paper, create the disc, send that off, you know, I'm feeling comfortable that we can get that done once we get ahead of it, you know?
Right.
So we won't have to do that on this whole project, you know, all that scanning.
Right.
We are still doing the back scanning, and I know I've mentioned this at other presentations before, back scanning of the land records. So right now our land records are indexed electronically to 1939, and we're back scanned where you see the image as well to about 1967. I think when I came on, they were back to 2003. So we've taken it back from 2003 to 67. And whenever we have a lull, we'll get in there and do more. So it's our goal to continue that. So we figured on top of that, that there's no way that we were going to get caught up with all of this, you know? So that's, yeah.
So I'm not sure what the other selectmen are thinking. I think this is a necessity. Personally, I just question it, like Suzanne, if it should be in capital, should it just go to office supplies with this as backup documentation for the Board of Finance, potentially? But that's just my thought.
The only thing is, yeah, I know, it may be a backup, I guess, but it's just not a really good explanation. It won't make it into the budget book as an explanation unless we have it.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I can see, okay. I see where you're coming from as far as having it as capital, because that way the public can understand. Okay.
In part,
But I don't know, does it come under the umbrella of capital? Because it's a one-time expense. I don't know. That's my question. Is the Board of Finance going to say that doesn't really fit there, or are they?
In the public sector, I always thought capital was things that could be depreciated, but I could be wrong.
I think there's a definition to it, but don't hold me to it.
Could I suggest that it then be added to the indexing and line, and then in the explanation above?
I would definitely recommend you put it in the narrative. Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. That's good.
And Renee, you might, when it's presented to the Board of Finance, want to be there to explain it, because
okay, yeah,
it's one of those things that I think you really have to understand it and do it too. But I don't want to speak for Amy.
Oh, I agree. Either index or office supplies, put it into either one.
I guess, yeah.
If the Board of Finance has an issue with it, we'll make the adjustment and put it where they want it.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
It definitely makes more sense under the indexing recording.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to move it into the indexing line, Renee, okay?
And I'll take the narrative page and edit that to include, obviously, a summation of this.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
And I'll have this available too, of course.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So what's the total dollar amount again? 48?
Well, it's $49.80.
49.80. Okay, that's fine.
40 cents.
Okay, sweet. Thank you.
Any other questions for Renee?
I don't think so.
Thanks, Renee.
Okay, so I could log off.
Yep, Renee.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
I'm sure my phone is
What was the amount again? 49.60?
4980.40.
Okay.
I mean, if you just, and that, again, that's an estimate based on a calculation. I mean, so if I'm off a few pages in my count here, I mean, I'd round it up to either, I mean,
Round it up to 5,000.
That's what I would do.
yeah,
Okay, sounds like a plan. I'm going to
Okay.
increase your indexing then from the 15 up to the 20, okay?
okay, that makes sense. And then it's gonna draw some questions, but we'll have a good explanation. And I really feel comfortable I think that's the right line item for it too.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and so the next presenter would be wetlands. They were scheduled for 3:30, so we're a little bit ahead of the game. So I guess we'll all just wait.
Forgot to
Wanna
ask
do the chat
Renee to
again?
stop sharing.
Oh.
Amy, can you stop sharing your screen?
I think I can.
Okay,
Let me just see. There we go. There we
okay,
go.
awesome, thank you.
Okay, so wetlands is next. Wetlands. Okay, and then Board of Assessment Appeals.
There should have been the third email that I sent today, had a document that Marla shared with me. It was an analysis of her expenses over the past 4 years. But what I'll do is I'll share her budget here, and then when she's ready, I can share that document also. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm making it a bit smaller. I just want to make sure you still can see it.
All right, I'm going to step away for a second.
Sure. One of the things before she comes on board to note is she put in here salaries increased for wetlands agent and recording is in line with those assumed 2%. I didn't assume anything for any non-unions because we're still in negotiations. So there's, in relation to that, I think a couple of department heads assumed I was going to add that. Just so you guys know, I did not.
We always deal with the wage increases at the end of the budget.
Yeah. I think maybe she just assumes that it's 2%. That's obviously on negotiations with the union. So there's no definites on that.
Hey, George.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Another exciting day. It's sunny out, looking for more snow.
Getting tired of it. It's all coming at once.
Well, it happens. You have to
No,
deal with it.
get it out, get it out in February, be done with it, then we're over the hump.
Well, that
Yeah.
groundhog said we have more to go, so.
Yeah, they're talking to dusting, maybe dusting tonight, but then another storm on Sunday. So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see what happens.
I'm supposed to go snowshoeing tomorrow morning, so we'll see how that works out.
How's the wildlife up at your place?
We have lots of wildlife. We have deer, and beavers are out of commission. The deer are still cruising around. So far so good.
Coyote and fox, you must have them.
I saw some coyote tracks. I've got a couple of game cameras out, and they're all Wi-Fi now, so you don't have to go out and check the chips. So I'm able to. I see a lot of deer. There are some coyotes, and squirrels and all the rest of it. But it's seasonal. You can tell the moon, the front's coming. They start moving around, and they hunker down.
Hey, do we have, Suzanne, are you still in the meeting? We had a little bit of a lull, George and Marla.
Oh.
We finished up the other budgets really early, so we've been just kind of sitting here.
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Working on another
So
project.
are we all set to move forward with?
Sure.
Orla, are you with us?
I am, yep,
All right, awesome. Whenever you're ready to share your screen.
sure. Okay, you should be seeing it now.
Yep, thank you. Marla, do you want to take this one away?
Isn't a whole lot to take away. Not changing any of the bottom line.
Okay.
However, if you go to the next page, where we have the budget expenditures proposed, we've made some slight adjustment. We noticed that their advertising historically has gone over the limit of $600 repeatedly. I gave Orla a chart which showed all of the, from fiscal year 17-18 all the way up to present.
Yep.
And
Marla, I can share that for you now, if you bear with
each
me
year
a second.
yeah,
Just bear with me one sec.
so the in looking at the chart, you will ultimately see that there's some monies that are under expended every year, like professional services. That was added in back in fiscal year 18-19, when you realized that there might be a need to either hire an engineer to review an application or a soil scientist. And we needed to have some monies there to be able to initially pay for that. Even though the applicant ultimately can be charged for it, there had to be some way to cover it. So we have that $300 in there to provide that opportunity. But you can see this chart, the blue is salaries, the pink is constant commitments, professional affiliations is the CACUIC annual fee. It's currently $60, and we also, the town also provides support to the Eastern Connecticut Eastern Connecticut Conservation District. That should probably not say Soil and Water Conservation District, should probably say Eastern Connecticut Conservation District. But they get $1,000. It's been the same fee in the whole time that I've been here, the 10 years I've been here. It's never changed, never increased, never decreased. And what is in yellow is our items that are subject to fluctuation. So notice that this year with COVID, there's not going to be really any travel expenses or meetings. Maybe COVID will free itself up, but right now we need for monies for advertising, because advertising costs have increased. And so it seemed reasonable to keep some value in travel and meetings, but reduce it significantly and put that money into advertising, so we weren't constantly shifting it. So the idea was to take $25 out of travel, which was only $50 to begin with, take $75 out of meetings and fees, and add that total of $100 to the advertising, which would get us closer to what we would normally spend. Now, on the office supplies, typically I try not to spend anything out of that until close to the end of the fiscal year, because I never know if something's going to come up. That's a large item. One year we bought a camera. Last year we encumbered some monies along with the conservation office to get a cabinet. We're not sure that that's enough money to get the cabinet that we want, so we might encumber some of that this year to add to last year's and able to get us what we want, which would be a locking cabinet for storage of various things. So the commission met last night and they discussed this. And so if you go back to the page where the offering was made for the budget, you can see that that's the only changes that we have is moving some monies out of travel and meetings fees into advertising, but not changing anything else.
If you were to add the cabinet, what would you expect the cost to be, Marla?
The cabinet is probably has maybe an additional need of $100 from each of us. We were looking around before COVID really hit. Carol and I were looking around, and we're having a hard time finding the one that we wanted with the amount of money that we each had. So now that we've got another fiscal year, maybe we can put something into that. That's pretty much what is in office supplies is pretty simple. Since the Selectmen's office now pays for all of the printer supplies and provides the paper, pretty much the office supplies comes down to pens, papers, folders, various kinds of items. One time I think we acquired a headset. I have a voice recognition program that I run off the computer. The headset failed. I had to get a new headset. That was like $100 for that. So it's not always, it's various kinds of things that could come up, but a lot of times it hasn't been needed. As you could have seen in past years, there was a lot less that was being used. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good.
Carolyn and I have to get together, but she hasn't been coming to the office at all until I think we all get vaccinated. We're kind of a little hesitant to get together.
Which is understandable.
Hey, does anybody else have any
Now,
questions?
one thing that I did mention, Amy, I just wanted to make a comment last night at the meeting. I did suggest that not this year, but next year, you're going to have to be looking at how you might replace me, because I'm 68 now. I'll be 69 this year. In the following year, I'll be 70, and I'll be looking at taking my Social Security. And I think there needs to be some thought about transitioning. Doesn't have to happen this fiscal year, but needs to be thought about. And one of the thoughts was, since my pay grade is probably higher than what you would pay someone who has less skill set, but you have to have some skill set. So I would be happy to help to answer questions to a new staff person in 2 years' time on a per diem, on an hourly basis. But I think down the road, the salary you might find that we'll have to potentially increase for the wetlands officer.
In order to,
but not this year, not this
Marla,
coming
was
year.
that in order to accommodate a new wetlands agent with you still consulting, correct? Is that what your thought is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have
because DEP is pretty much
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say DEP pretty much has stopped any training that's in person. All the stuff is online now, and there's a real value to having interface with a live person, and their resources have significantly diminished ever since they were combined with the DPUC. A lot of the resources got sent over for the energy portion of the Department of Environment and Energy. So there's only one person who's supporting the wetlands program now, and that's Darcy Winter. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple of years that she's going to retire. And so they don't have a lot of experience there. They're not going to be able to provide that kind of training and guidance. And there's a lot of nuances that are in regulation, as I'm sure you've seen in statutory authorities and regulation authorities. It takes a lot. It's not always a simple thing. So it's kind of like mentoring somebody
Marla, do
for a
you
little
have
while
a job
to hand it off.
Do you have like a job description? Or are
Yeah, in the office I do.
Because maybe that would, I'm just wondering if there's a way to get an intern to start kind of training almost, someone that would possibly, even somebody that's in school that's looking for an internship, a non-paid internship. Because I mean, it's kind of a nice opportunity for someone.
But would that person, I mean,
Yeah, the problem is
you're
it's
looking
not a,
for someone who would stay in the
Yeah.
position.
Continuity.
So,
I know what you're saying, but you never, that's why I said maybe a non-paid or a not,
oh, I know, but to move into the position later, we need to look for someone who's
I know.
to work 15 hours a week. And that's all they need.
Yeah,
So,
just trying to throw an idea out, getting a look at job
right.
description, Amy, might help you to figure out where to even look for that person to take. But
Looking at this, if I could offer a couple of thoughts from a general management standpoint, looking at the hourly rate for 15 hours, it's almost like if you're in the wetlands agent and you're a trained professional with the credentials, the training, and with no experience, you might start out at that rate, which is like $23 an hour or something, I think, in that range. But you need 3 or 4 towns. I'd say 3 or 4 towns to be there in the wetlands agent to make a meal out of this deal. And so that's one issue I see as I look at it. I hire staff, temporary staff and technical staff, and they aren't like lawyers and high tech. They're sort of subject matter experts with and without credentials. And I'm usually paying around $30 an hour, $40 an hour, depending on what they do. Not more than 30 usually, but so that's one thing that sort of comes to mind. I look at this and I look at what I see. College interns get paid, and they aren't much below that, maybe in the high teens. And now, of course, there's benefits, permanent. It's a permanent position. There are other pluses and minuses based on work environment and quality of life and all that. So those are important things. And a transition period I think is really important, because basically having worked with Marla for the last 3 years or so, it feels like there's a wealth of knowledge that a new person it's a steep knowledge curve that they're going to have to get up to speed pretty quickly, unless we find another person with similar credentials that comes from a state or an agency that worked in this field, and they want to be part of Thompson, and they aren't too far away, and they say, oh, this would be great, and I'd like to have a sort of a way to conclude their career. Lots of times you can find let's say vintage employees that have wealth of knowledge, tremendous contacts, and can solve problems or address problems in minutes, where it takes a new person days and hours, and you may not have the same benefit. So I don't know, maybe if it's not something we have to solve today, but it's great to have Marla sort of volunteering, saying, look, you need to start thinking about it over the next 24 months. And I think there's 2 parts of it. One is, are there enough hours? Is it based on our anticipated development and growth in the town? do we have, is 15 hours enough? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Secondly, is the rate enough? So it's it's more hours and more rate. I think you can pull back on one based on skill set, because if you have someone at the top of their game or the top of their experience, you're going to be paying more. So that's another factor. And then finally, the complexity. Are we talking about rerouting the Hudson River? Or are we talking about putting a culvert in for a small local stream? Both are important. The skill set required for one, whether it's a perched culvert or not, versus major cofferdam work is another. So I just think we may need more hours and probably more money, not today, but in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thanks, George.
Question, Marla. Wetlands agents around us, are most of them 15 hours? Are there any towns that share wetlands agents? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know of any that are shared. I know Woodstock is going to probably lose their wetlands agent
Oh,
pretty soon, because she's a realtor and she's only getting there. I live in Woodstock. I'm on the Woodstock Commission, and I'm very unhappy with how they have not supported the commission with adequate staffing. But I know that Pomfret Brooklyn has Margaret Washburn as their wetlands agent, and she's a soil scientist. She's an older person who is closer to the end of her career. She's interested in making some money, but doesn't necessarily want to work, tons and tons of hours. In fact, she had interviewed for the position that I took back in 2010.
okay.
But didn't get it. And so there are some people that are out there, but I do think it's going to take more than 15 hours a week. Because of my skill set, I can resolve things a lot quicker than somebody who's got to go research. They're going to have to go try to understand what's the best way to negotiate some of these issues. I've tried to make it as efficient as possible. Most of my documents are templates that are automatically generated. So when I generate a permit, it's not straight typing, it's just filling in a couple of fields. I have not yet talked to Scott from Permalink. He has not gotten back to me regarding what other towns use their services for wetlands permits, because I said, give me a list of towns so I can call them and see how they feel it's working. So that's a potential issue of efficiency, but it's unresolved right now. And Permalink might not work too well for the Wetlands Commission, because unlike a building permit or a zoning permit, you either meet the standards or you don't. And if you meet the standards, you get your permit. Well, wetlands is more a deliberative process. So it's really not, you might be able to file an application electronically, but the processing of it still has to go through a deliberative process, which is not the same with building permits and zoning permits.
Okay.
So there's a lot of little nuances along the way that a new person would not necessarily be able to efficiently do them. They would have to be, like George had said, on a high learning curve.
Right.
Actually, I'm willing to, I don't want more than 15 hours a week, because I want that extra time for my retirement. But I know the job could use 20 hours a week. And I have been asked that, would you be willing to work more? And I said, no, 15 is fine. So I struggle to keep things juggled and triage things around. But if you get a new person in, they're not necessarily going to be, they might want more time. They might want more pay. There is in the Inland Wetlands Act an opportunity to do regional work. And I don't know about sharing staff, whether or not you can do that efficiently. I know when you tried to share the building inspector with Woodstock, there were some issues that came up and they became political.
Right.
And I thought that would have worked very well for Thompson and Woodstock, but because of politics involved, it didn't quite work out. It actually ended up being being to the benefit of Thompson. So I don't know if sharing would work. I mean, you'd have to find the individuals that might be willing to do that. And the question is if you're sharing with another town, you're going to be looking at a full-time position and somebody's got to pay for the benefits.
Right.
And you more likely get a person who can have a full-time job with benefits than somebody that's part-time. If they're part-time, then most likely they're either going to move on or you got to find somebody who's retired that's not really looking for benefits. Like I have my benefits under my retirement package.
Right.
And so I don't need benefits but a young person would tend to need benefits or want benefits. And if you're not going to give benefits, then you're going to have to give a higher pay per hour.
Right.
So you're kind of in a unique situation with me because I'm satisfied. This gets me out of the house and I like that.
Any other thoughts or questions for
No,
Marla?
her-
and George?
Martha's budget's straightforward.
Yeah.
It meets their needs. I mean, my only question is if they needed more money to purchase the cabinet, this would be the time to put it in.
No, I don't think so. I haven't spent any money out of office supplies this fiscal year. We already encumbered last fiscal year, so I'll probably be able to get it out of this fiscal year without a problem.
Right.
I just don't know what's going to come up down the road. I mean, George had talked about acquiring a drone and you having a capability of having a drone do some looking at sites that I don't have rights of access to. I haven't been real excited about it because it's all new technology and I don't know anything about it. And I'm an old person and, you know, a new person might find that really, really interesting and very valuable. Things like GPS, we don't have any GPS. So if you wanted to actually clearly identify your location, if you wanted to map out a violation, using a GPS unit to create a map to say, this is where the toe of slope is at this particular time. And then you go out at a later time and you find the toe of slope. It's not a survey, but it still is information and may be of value. That's another item that could be utilized out of the office supplies. I hope that answers your question about, you know, the options of office supplies.
No, that's fine. Just if you needed $100 or whatever to complete that task, like I said, it'd be the time to put it in right now to increase it. But if you're comfortable, we're good with it.
Yep, comfortable. I think we can do it this year.
Great.
If we can ever get together, Carolyn and I.
Well, maybe they'll open up the vaccine stations. I mean, my wife and I have been trying to sign up, and it's just not impossible. It's nearly impossible. Someday the websites will work.
For the 65 and over is gonna 65 to 75 opens up tomorrow.
I know.
I tried going on to CVS's and they wouldn't accept me unless I lied and said that I was over 75. So
Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah.
it's tomorrow.
Okay. Hopefully it'll work.
All right, Marla, George, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, bye. Bye now.
Welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, so our next presentation is going to be Board of Assessment Appeals. They're scheduled for 4. So hang tight, we have 10 minutes. Erica will be coming in for that.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Erica's coming into the meeting right now.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Erica.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Do you have your screen shared or is that me?
Y-
Hey,
Um,
Erica.
Orla will share the screen.
Case that they're making, they're saying that
There we are.
Ready. So I haven't opened it up if that's what you said, Orla. I'm assuming it's the same thing that I emailed over. I just got home.
Yeah, it is, Erica. I just sent you just the PDF of what was shared, but it's everything that you sent me already.
Switched to remote again today, so I had to pack up, bring everything home. Middle school is back home
Yeah.
already. So as you can see, I didn't request any change in anything except for the raises. Obviously, I'm going to put in for a raise every year. I mean, if I don't do that, it's not about me. When I do that, it's about, you know, the people that'll be in my position when I'm not there. So if it's, you know, if I get the opportunity to put it in, I obviously will.
Okay.
And being a stipend, I mean, we really can't look at percentages. I don't feel like, because 2% a stipend position like this is different than 2% on a salary position. I do want to say though that I know, like everybody else, you know, last year we forgo our raises. I had requested additional money for our secretary through Orla. I remember asking if there were any grants through COVID for the secretary. There were not. I reached out during a Board of Finance meeting for additional funding because, I mean, we worked last year. Last year was very challenging. One of our board members was not able to attend any of the meetings due to he was working in the hospital. So the responsibility for last year's spring appeals, 33 appeals, fell on our secretary Audrey, myself, and Danny Santia. So we certainly worked. Most of the material printing was done at my house. I never asked for reimbursement for that. So that's why all that money in there isn't a change from last year. It's because a lot of the things actually came out of, you know, my own personal, and I'm thinking Audrey probably printed some as well. So all of those figures, I just want to remain the same, except for obviously I put in for the raise. This year I don't see it as, you know, we're not in a reval year, so I don't see us having 33 appeals. I do have to say, so far my interactions, I'm not sure who's on this meeting. Paul's not on this meeting. Paul has just been very easy to work with, very knowledgeable, very helpful. I see us going forward having, you know, such a good relationship with that office going forward. So I don't see us in the position we were in last year. Last year was, like I said, we had to review properties with, you know, doing it through Zoom. Individuals didn't even know how to use Zoom. Audrey spent countless hours, extended hours after meetings, you know, explaining Zoom to people, walking people through Zoom. Very challenging. So I think I just put a blank $100 increase for everybody, and it's, in my mind, it's justifiable. So that's all. That's all. I don't really have a lot. My board's one of your smaller boards.
Yeah, it's definitely a straightforward budget.
Yeah.
My question is typically, for office supplies or things that you do, can you request reimbursement for various things? Is that an option, Orla? Or how did they get reimbursed, or is it?
Oh, you know what? I might have for some postage, actually, for the postage, because I was mailing things. So yes, I remember being reimbursed for that.
Okay.
But I think last year, to be honest, on top of the challenges, you know, a lot of things are a blur because we were, you know,
Yeah.
trying not to drown actually 33 appeals through, you know, we did start off, as you know, meeting in person, but that was challenging in itself. So this year we are back. We have 4 dates scheduled in March. Paul doesn't feel we'll need 4. So we'll see, because we can always cancel if we don't. But like I said, I'm just gonna continue every year to put into the raise. If we can afford them, great. Not about me, certainly. You know, the secretary, you know, deserves a raise. As you can see, chairman position is only getting $81 more than the other that position. And I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about that position. That position certainly does more work, you know, scheduling the meetings, dealing with the complaints, dealing with conflict resolution, you know, resolving the issues, following up on, you know, different complaints and whatnot. That used to be a lot higher. And then we took money out of that and added it into the secretary's budget. But,
Okay.
that's the only thing. I mean, down the road, I would think that could be looked at, but I just did $100 across the board.
Erica, you don't have anything in for training? You don't
It
anticipate?
should have carried over. No, it didn't carry over. It shouldn't have been cut out. I didn't put anything additionally in, but it should have been. Oh, there was $100 in it. Did that not carry over?
Yeah, that's $100
No,
there.
there is $100. I'm sorry, I was
Okay.
looking at the top page, the narrative, but $100 is enough to train an individual. I know that you have to take classes. Or
Currently,
right?
Currently, this board does not. But I don't want to ever take it out, because it's like anything. If you take it out, you know, it doesn't. No fault of anybody on this board, but things just don't get put back in. So down the road, if any new members want to go to training, you know, they would need gas money and.
Absolutely. I'm not recommending that we take it out.
Yeah.
I'm asking if that's enough, if you had new members.
Yeah, that's been enough. Yeah, everything has been enough. One time we did, in the last 2 years, we went over in advertising, and I think we took it out of
transferred it.
We had money left over, so we absolutely don't waste money. I mean, we spend it only when we need it, but I don't ever want to take anything out.
No, I wouldn't either.
Does any of the selectmen have any other questions or thoughts for Erica? It's a pretty simple budget.
Their budget is very straightforward.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. So next we have the registrars, and Frank and Eileen are here right now. I'm going to actually bring my laptop. We're going to go into the Cine room. And that way they can use my laptop and speak to the board. So
thank you.
I'm just going to go and grab.
Hi, Ken and Suzanne, does the print still look reasonably good size, what you see on the screen?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm using both the paper and the print.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fine, Orla.
Okay, thank you.
May not know what I'm talking about, but I'm always ready.
Okay, so Frank and Eileen are here. Frank will be presenting on my laptop. I switched my name to his, but he'll be doing the presentation.
Oh, hi, Suzanne.
Hi, Frank. How are you?
Fine and dandy. How about yourself?
Good. Nice to see you.
The pleasure's mine. Look who's
Hi,
here.
Suzanne.
Hey, Mame, how are you?
Good.
Is Ken gonna be on?
Hey, Frank,
Oh, Ken,
I'm here.
you don't have a picture? Oh, there you are. Yeah. Great.
Whoever's talking will come up in there.
Wonderful.
And Orla's on. It should just be Orla, and Ken, and us.
You don't get to look at my lovely face, Frank. Instead, you get to look at your worksheet document.
Oh, I refuse to accept that. That's unacceptable.
That's all you're getting today.
Oh, you're tough. All right, are we ready?
Go for it.
Okay, got to make some changes. Let me see. On the professional affiliations, got to change 220.
So I'm going to scroll down to the next page, Frank, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that page right there. You say 220. All right, good. All done.
Is that the only change?
Oh, good heavens, no. Okay, travel. 360, change that down to 300. I'm in a very
Okay,
mood today.
so you're leaving the professional affiliations at 220, correct?
220 it is.
Okay,
And what is he doing?
he's changing the travel from 360 to 300.
Right you are.
Okay.
And further on down where it says election machine cost, I got to go from 3,000 to 3,200.
I have it in as 3,200.
I swear, we didn't collaborate on this.
No, I was in there, Frank.
No, all right, that's good. I must be working off last year's sheet or something.
That's
Anyway,
okay.
I can give you a rationale for all these things if you want.
However you'd like to present to us.
All right. Gone through the past few elections, referendums, primaries, et cetera. Come up with a pretty good idea of what each of these items should cost us. Deputies is, that's the first one on the list. That's $600. That's pretty well fixed, and I don't see any reason to change it. Election workers. We've got one municipal election, and I'm budgeting 3 referendums, which is the historic average over the past many years. Municipal election cost us, the last time around, about $6,000 for election workers, and the referendums, about $4,000 each. So we got 3 referendums, 1 municipal election, comes out to $18,000. Moving right along, election training. This is a mandatory session that we have to conduct with the poll workers before each event. Suzanne can verify that. She attends them. And they cost us about $250 each. We're going to have 4 of them in the next fiscal year, the 1 municipal, the 3 referendums. So that works out to $1,000. Next item, professional affiliations. There's actually 2 professional affiliations that we have. There's ROVAC, which costs us $160. ROVAC is Registrars of Voters Association of Connecticut. It's essentially a lobbying and educational arm of the Secretary of the State. Costs us $160. We also subscribe to a service that provides us with lists of changes of voters who may have moved out of town or changed their name or changed the address, what have you. That costs us $60 a year. So $160 for OVAC, $60 for the roast, $220 for that one. Travel is essentially John Bell carrying the tabulators around, going out when they run out of ballots. John go out and take care of it. If Ida throws away all the pencils, John brings some more pencils up to Ida. She doesn't believe in reusing them. But anyway, that'll run about $300 for the 4 events. Training, I think a better word for training here would be certifications, because it's essentially the coursework that we have to perform in order to keep our certifications. We have 4 ROVAC conferences. They're mandatory, and they involve continuing education. They're about $230 each. And we have 9 moderators up for certification, including Suzanne.
Am I one of them?
Suzanne is, yes.
I thought I just did mine.
Oh, see, the time
How
flies by.
soon?
Time flies.
Every 2 years. That's the bad news. You got to do it this year. Well,
All right.
the good news is when you do it again, it's going to count for 4 years.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah, so we get a bargain this time out. Anyway, the training between the ROVAC and the moderator certs, we have 9 moderators who are up for certification out of a total of 11 who are presently certified. The last 2 that were certified went on the 4-year business, so they are not due again for another 2-3 years. And that amounts to $1,460. Maintenance contract is the deal that we have with LHS to maintain the tabulators. Their guy has to come up here once a year, typically late winter, to make sure the tabulators are all running. And he usually finds something wrong. Either we got a battery that needs replacement or paper or what have you. Advertising, I don't know why that's in there. It's $5.
Placeholder.
What's that, Ken?
It's a placeholder.
Yeah, placeholder, because any advertising that's done on our behalf goes into Renee's budget. So I'm not going to complain about that. Anyway, printing. We have to print ballot stock for our referendums. Because we do all that in-house, we count them by hand, and save quite a lot of money that way. And so we've got $300 in there for printing ballots for 3 referendums. Election miscellaneous, this is another placeholder. And, we had to throw the plexiglass shields into this account this year. It was election spending, it was miscellaneous, that's where it went. But assuming there's no COVID precautions in the coming year, we can get by with $5, I'm sure, very nicely. Election food for the workers, it runs about $500 each. And after I look around and see what people are paying and charging for food, I think this is outrageous, that we are greatly undercharged. And I've expressed my opinion to the personnel at the catering company. I think they should raise their prices, and I don't mind pushing the issue. But anyway, we've got $500 each, election food for 4 events. And election machines, which is the ballots and the tabulated programming for the 1 municipal election. By law, an election must use the tabulators. We had an interesting situation this time when we were tabulating, when we were checking the tabulators for the last election in November. We have to run ballots through all these tabulators. And Eileen got a great idea. She says, let's take a ballot and we'll photocopy. And that way we can have 2 teams checking the tabulators instead of just one, and we'll get out of here a lot sooner. Oh, what a great idea. Oh my goodness. Photocopied the ballot and it would not go through the machine. The ballots are coded by LHS so that you can't interfere with them. So anybody who says the election was tampered with in Georgia or Pennsylvania or anywhere else in the world, if they use that system, I refuse to believe it's even possible to tamper with the election. And the last thing is office supplies. We've got in there $100 for that. So there we have it.
Any questions?
Looks good.
Good to me.
I must say that the Board of Finance has more control over this budget than we do. Because if they want to fool around and keep sending out budgets to have the people reject them, it costs them about $5,000 every time. So there isn't much we can do about it.
Okay. There's no other questions?
No, it's pretty cut and dry. I think that was a great explanation too, Frank. Thank you.
Oh, you're entirely
Very
welcome.
thorough.
Entirely welcome.
Oh, we spent hours on it.
Yeah, I mean, your budget always fluctuate depending on how many
That's right.
elections and referendums. I mean, that's where it changes, and with the training when they're due.
Yep, the whole thing. Well, recent years, we've stopped using tabulators for referendums, so that has saved us a great deal of money. Now, we have bad news and good news about the current year. That is, we're gonna overspend the current year by about $5,000 or so. The good news is that the state provided funding to cope with the pandemic in the amount of $9,800. So the silver lining is we made money on the deal. It cost us more to win the elections because of COVID, but the state gave us money.
Good news.
And we really think that this will cover it unless we have a surprise
Right.
with extra referenda.
Hey, if the pandemic drags on, you know, shuffle the cards and deal new hands.
Yeah, yeah. that is-
Frank and Eileen, this is Orla. Can I ask you a question in relation to your payroll? For the
Sure.
stipend for both yourselves, I was unclear as to whether you were deleting your payroll or you just didn't plug it in because I asked you not to.
Oh, I always do what you tell me, Arla. I didn't plug it in because you told me not to.
Okay, I just adjusted. I just realized I put you in as if I was taking away your wages. So I'm sorry about that.
Well, I only the birth thing for free. I'll get back in.
It's back in now.
You're an angel of the first degree.
Don't we know it?
What's the next question, Arla?
That's all I have.
Oh, good. Okay.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you,
You're
Eileen.
entirely
All right.
welcome. Good luck with the budgets,
Yes, good luck with it.
and I'll see you at town meeting, eh?
Yep. All right, everybody. I'm gonna just move back to my office now. Be back.
Our next person we have coming in is NECOG, and that's at 4:45. Gosh, we're flying through these.
Yes.
Okay, everyone, NECOG is next, 4:45. John Filczek, he's sure to fill up his entire time slot. So. Let's see. Yeah. Orla, did you receive the assessments from NECOG?
No, I didn't. He usually brings it to the meetings.
Okay.
And I believe he told Marie he would be sharing it with us.
He just emailed it to me, so just in case, I'm sending it to my laptop. Just in
Okay,
case
great.
he doesn't have, for some reason, can't share if he's on his phone or something like that.
Okie dokie.
Okay, John is entering the meeting right now. Hi, John. Oh, he's connecting to audio.
That's Trump's nickname for the Speaker of the House.
Hey, John.
That he and his group only abandoned their claim to the Speaker's office when, quote, a SWAT team showed up. He writes, quote, then a SWAT team showed and we retreated back to the rotunda and continued our.
John, can you hear us?
John's muted.
Yeah, I know he wasn't though a second ago. Oh, there we go. Hi, John.
I don't know. Let me look at.
Only because I have to find a quiet spot.
Lost my pen.
Okay, so here is the assessments that the program assessments for Thompson that John sent over. John, do you want to begin presenting to us?
Sure, it's pretty straightforward. The most recent population number we have from 2019 is 2019 from the, and I should say hi to everybody, I'm sorry, is 2019 from the Department of Public Health, which is the number we're required to use. The basic assessment for NECOG was raised by 15 cents as a result of the purchase of the property and where our facility is located at. And then you have your transit services and estimated paramedic services. And those are the only programs that you're engaged in at the moment.
Okay. Suzanne or Ken, do you have any questions or?
No, this is in line what we've been doing over the years.
Right.
I mean, it's great to know that NECOG did finally acquire the property that had been going on for a few years. So it's great that that's been done.
It took a long time, but we got there.
Yeah, it did take us a long time. You're right, John.
So what was the total cost for Thompson that we're going to be seeing? I can't add it up quickly and I don't have a calculator.
Yes, 30,000 or more. It depends on the medic one is really.
That fluctuates, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are going out, I should say we are going out to bid. We're due to go out to bid on that. KB Ambulance, who does that service right now, has done a terrific job. But they did, when they acquired the contract, they dropped from 130 to 95. So that price has been down there for a few years. Whether they can sustain that in a new bid, or there'll be another vendor. We had 4 vendors compete for the last contract. So I don't know. We'll know before the fiscal year starts, but we don't know yet. And we're assuming that Day Kimball and Bacchus hospitals will maintain their subsidy, which is why you have the 2 columns. Bacchus has been a little less reliable than Day Kimball's been pretty reliable since 1998. Bacchus has fluctuated.
Mhm.
And they only pay for the ones emanating out of Plainfield, that facility there. So it's very rare that, if ever, that one from patient from Thompson would be tagged from that place.
Okay.
We did add last year, the board did vote to add in certain cardiac situations, which has only been, I think to date, I don't even think we've exceeded 25 total for the region. The reason that being is that they end up staying on scene for a protracted period of time, and asked if they could add that to the program, and I don't think there was any objection from the board to do that. When we were there. And, you know, of course, we have a range of other services. Some new ones perhaps coming on as town management assistants and assessment are both being explored. So I think that's going to be more on a pilot basis. And another big area that we're engaged in that our current work plan doesn't reflect, but next one will, is COVID recovery. The state has asked all the councils of governments to staff those efforts. So we're looking at some federal funds coming in for that for ourselves in partnership with the Southeast COG, who are staffing Region 4. We're involved in that currently, and you know, I'd like to say the end is in sight, but who knows?
John, on the transit services,
Yeah,
how has that service been? I know initially it was rough going, right? When COVID really first.
service, it was deemed to be essential by the state, and
Okay.
so we actually wanted to suspend it when the state got into an emergency situation. They balked at that. The elderly disabled overall is down about 82% the last time I looked at it. The regular service had dropped down to about a 70% drop off. It's now rebounded to where we're about 50 to 55% below where we were, which is about what you see statewide. Unless you're in one of the real urban places. I think the more that the elderly get vaccinated, we're doing actually, we've now set the system up where we're using it in reverse, so that we're taking like food products and things to our qualified elderly and disabled, rather than bringing them to, say, a distribution place or the supermarket.
Okay.
We're also bringing eligible individuals for vaccinations. We've got an all-day shuttle working with a facility on Friday, as an example, in Pomfret, to vaccinate their eligible folks from that facility in cooperation with Generations Healthcare.
Oh, great.
So, you know, we've got the buses, we have the funds, and might as well use them.
Right.
It's sort of what we're looking at.
Good to know.
Yeah, so if people need it, we have had direct conversations with Teague on this, and working with them. So we hope to be shortly doing some direct work with them on that as well. So keep people at home and get the buses to them. Thankfully, not one of our drivers has contracted COVID, knock on wood, and they're all, with the exception of, I think, 2, over the age of 70. So the state was able to, and we were the first one to get this, was able to install these plexiglass or Lexan doors, full floor-to-ceiling doors that kind of put the driver in a cocoon. And it's done well for them. So hopefully it stays that way.
Good. Questions from the board?
Transport, the basic per capita rate, has it gone up from 175?
It's been 175 for maybe 2 years.
Okay.
I have to double check where it was. It went up from, I think, $1.60 is the base, and then the other one has not changed.
Okay, thank you.
We have added Plainfield, which you'll see on there, to the service. First time since 1998. They're on a 2-year pilot, so they're paying in, and the state has added to our overall structure. So we have, it's a limited service, but it runs similar hours to yours, and goes from Lisbon Landing to a connection to our existing service, which we modified to meet up in Warregan. So that was pretty cool that you can go from Thompson to the shore if you want to spend about 8 hours in a bus. Not a short trip, but you can do it.
Great.
Just one more question in regarding the paramedic services. I'm looking at the two costs per transport. One says transport cost 69 per transport with hospital subsidy, and that's 13,800. And then it says without hospital subsidy, it's higher.
Yep. So the contract between NECOG and the vendor is $95. And we've had a agreement that with both Day Kimball and Bacchus hospitals, where they drop in on and they're both different. In Day Kimball's situation, it's a percentage, and with Bacchus, it's a flat amount of money that they give us that varies. But we use the percentage to drop the figure down to 69. That's what it works out to, that Day Kimball will pick up. But Day Kimball has sometimes, especially when they've gone through some management changes, kind of questioned whether they should continue this or not. We've been able to keep them on board, but I did give that just in case they stop doing it, that it would have to be at 95. So that's sort of worst case.
Okay, so we have always paid 95 in the past. So maybe it might be worthwhile taking a look at our numbers and see if we were possibly overcharged.
If you were paying 95 for everything and you weren't getting the other, then that would be the case.
Yeah, also, I just wondered if it's possible to get the actual transports. I know our estimate is typically 200.
Yep, we can provide that to you. We provide that on a monthly basis to the board members that we get. We're doing right around 2,000 or something transports a year, give or take. So that's an issue as far as we can get that for you, though.
Yeah, and then if you can just take a look and see if maybe we're possibly overcharged for the transports.
Yeah, we'll certainly double check on that. And I would like to have a conversation, perhaps this is probably maybe not the right time, on some invoices related to animal control and some planning services of ours.
Okay, actually, John, I have started an email to you on the animal control. So I'll get that to you probably by the end of the week, if that's okay. Bogged down with these budget meetings, but yes, I do have some information.
That would be
for you
fine.
on that.
That'd be great.
I'm not so sure about the engineering. Which department were you working with on that?
We were doing work with the planning and zoning on regulations. I believe that's what that relates to.
Okay. Was it John Rice you were dealing with, or was it Cindy?
Mostly Cindy
Okay,
and the commission, you know.
okay. Let me do
They
some.
had asked us
research on
and
that for
basically
you.
we did quite a bit of work and then and then they kind of stalled and then they hired Tara, or you hired Tara, and I was notified that the town would move forward on their own. So that was that.
Orla, have you seen, I haven't seen those invoices, or those are probably before me. But do you have those invoices that you, would they have received an invoice, John?
Yes.
For the engineering services, now that you're talking about it, it rings a bell. Does it go back maybe last year, 2 fiscal years ago?
The engineering, I think there's still something there that's outstanding. That goes back a couple of years.
Okay.
The planning would be probably over a year, and then the animal part covers nearly a year and a half.
Okay. Yeah, I have all the animal. I'll have to talk with John Rice at P&Z regarding the planning and zoning side of it, and I'll talk with Cindy
Great.
regarding the engineering.
That would be great.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I'll see if I can get that information for you by the time I send that email regarding animal control.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Thanks, John.
Any other questions? Suzanne? All right. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening, guys.
You
Have
too.
a good night.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Amy, if you can forward me the email that John sent with his presentation.
Yep, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does the fire department, does the EMS present tonight
Yes.
on the agenda? Where are they presenting?
They're 5:30 now. If I knew John Filcheck was gonna go so short, I would have tightened up the time.
Are they after the fire departments?
Oh, what do you mean EMS community?
Yes, community.
Oh, community is in there. That's going to be an add-on sort of because they weren't on the initial spreadsheet that I had from the appointments last year or from the presentations last year. So Josh Cusack got in touch with me and said, hey, I need to present too.
Yeah.
Actually, I was thinking that it was all of the community fire department. So East Thompson will go and then community ambulance will slip in there between community fire department and East Thompson.
Yeah, actually last year was Josh's first year doing the budget, so and I never even thought of it either. But yes, that makes sense. He sent me both of those together, so he's ready to present both.
Yeah, and we got the paperwork from him. You guys, you and Ken got it, Suzanne.
Yes.
But they're just not
The
on
budget?
They're listed on the.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got community last night.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see. I got the fire marshal.
You should have the ambulance too.
Hold on, I'm looking.
Should
I
be-
have East Thompson. East Thompson. I have East Thompson. I have East Thompson.
Hey.
I have East Thompson. And then I have community ambulance. Okay, I got it.
Great, and community fire should be after that.
Community ambulance, community ambulance, community fire, community fire, community fire, community fire. And that's the end of what I have.
So today I sent you Thompson Hill and West Thompson.
I printed that out. Where is it? I printed out, you sent 2 or 3 emails and I printed them out, I thought. Maybe I didn't. Because that's all I have left to go through.
Well, I'm going to share Thompson Hill anyway. Would you like me to resend it to you now?
Let me just look through and see how I missed it because I thought I got the very last one you sent. Was it the very last one you sent?
No, the very last one was one document, which was Marla's additional attachment for color coded.
Yes, I did get
Yep.
that. Was
The
it?
second one was the first I sent this morning, and it had wetlands.
Yeah, I
Thompson Hill
printed
and
that
wetlands.
out.
I
What-
sent it at 12:11.
I have the wetlands, the fire department. Fire departments, fire departments, fire departments, fire departments. No, I don't know. I'll just go.
Here, I'm
Maybe
gonna forward it to you now, Suzanne.
yeah, it didn't, maybe it just didn't print out because I don't have West Thompson here.
Yeah.
Weird. But it's here.
So I take it we're gonna break for a half hour?
Yeah, Mac Brower is slated to come in at 5:30.
Okay,
My dinner started.
sounds good. Hey, Orla, I looked at one of the fire departments. Did we give one of them just 57,000?
Ken, do you mean the current fiscal year?
I'll talk about it later. See you in a half.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, yeah.
Okay, Matt is entering the meeting. Matt Grauer is entering the meeting. Let's see. And let's see, Justin Young. All right, Matt, welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well.
Matt.
Hi. Sorry, your video's on my phone and I'm on my desktop to watch. I don't have my phone's on the side right at the moment.
You're just sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah. People tell me that all the time.
Yeah, okay.
All right, did you want to begin your presentation?
Sure.
Okay, we're ready for you.
No big changes this year. The only thing in our budget this year is that there was a couple variances were that we had zero in fundraising this year.
Right.
Our 2 barbecues were canceled this year. We did not hold any boot drives. The large difference from last year is we actually received a $15,000 reimbursement from the insurance company that was handling the paving fire on the highway.
Oh.
To replace some equipment that got damaged with the molten tar and the diesel fuel. So we did receive that from them. It wasn't actually billing income, but that's where our treasurer put it. It was, I guess technically, I'm not really sure if it was a donation or reimbursement or where it went, but that was the change for this year. Going down the list, we did a pretty good year in donations. People did reach out this year because we did not have our fundraising. We did bring in $7,000 for donations. There were a few memorial donations that of past members that we did receive. So that did bump that up quite a bit. I'm not expecting that next year. Bringing that back down to our normal, semi-normal range of our donations, back down to $5,000 as our estimate. Fundraising, I'm actually hoping we're going to pull off at least one takeout chicken barbecue this year. So hoping to get fundraising in here, and hopefully towards the end of the year we'll get a boot drive in. So we're going to try some raising. We're asking for $75,000 for support this year from the town. Falling in line pretty much what we've asked in the past. The only few things that we had under other income, we did have that includes CD, CD gains all this year, and we actually there was a donation that, as most of you are well aware of, when Fort Hill Farms needed to fill their digester with water, the fire departments helped pump for, I believe it was I forget now how many thousands of gallons, but I did ask for fuel reimbursement from her, since it is a business and they were using basically burn fuel. We actually asked for a donation to pull that, to cover the cost of that. So that was some of our miscellaneous, again, bill, but they were donations that were sought. That was where we got our miscellaneous from.
As far as, I remember last year, weren't you doing a major or decent sized renovation? Didn't you
Yeah,
have?
we were planning on it, yes.
Was that not able to come to fruition?
Yeah, between not being able to get our building committee together to meet on it, all pretty much, we did have access to Zoom and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of the things we wanted to do, very tough to do,
Right.
not in person. But that is this year's hopes to get that in. Or we reestablished our 21 building committee.
Okay.
We're kicking that off next Monday night. We're moving ahead with that.
Matt,
yes.
were you ever, you had your capital request. Were you able to buy any of those things?
We did. We did order the washer and the gear extractor and the dryer.
Yep.
But we did not pay for it last year. That's actually arriving the first week of March, so we'll be paying for it this year. We actually ordered it with East Thompson. They had ordered I think they ordered the same dryer, a similar washer, and we were able to get a little bit of a discount by ordering them together. So we ordered them together a little bit later in the year. So that is actually happening this year, and that will be installed. From last year, we also had thought of doing a training building. Good thing about that is East Putnam actually built a burn building. We actually took that off because we do have access very close.
Do you have access to the East Putnam?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that similar to the one they had in the Killingley area?
It's similar on a smaller scale, half the size, but we're still, as a town, the departments still are going to utilize Dayville's facility.
Okay.
When we do because it is larger, we can handle a lot more people. We are still using Dayville's training facility, but this is we can do a lot more by having it so close to home and training with East Thompson. We've trained with East Thompson, East Putnam there on a few things. So it's been working out very well without us needing to pay for anything. We pay for hay and we pay for materials and stuff like that. So other than that, it's not a big deal. Much better than building our own.
Right.
How about your vehicle replacement? Have you made any headway?
We are, again, that's going to be Monday also. We had our committee last year. We had I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but we had originally budgeted for like 150,000, I think, or
175 for the.
For last year.
Yeah, for the rest, is that the Rescue 484 replacement?
Yeah, 175.
That's actually for last year. I think we had in like 125.
Okay.
And could not do it for 125, so we couldn't do what we needed to do. So we did not do that. But Monday night is going to be our committee night, and we're going to also look into.
Now I'm so all of these capital needs from last year are pretty much still in need, correct?
Yes. The only thing the building was taken off, the gear washer carry over because we did purchase it last year, but we didn't pay for it.
Okay. And the apparatus fund balance, is that the savings that you have for these capital requests?
That's what will be left over after we spend.
Oh, okay. So at this point, you have the capital, which is really phenomenal.
Right.
You have the funds to pay for the capital.
And and this is one of those questions, whereas, you know, every year we present this and
Right.
it's a capital request, but we're not requesting from the town these, it's what our budget is and to show where our money is going, basically.
No, absolutely. What about for future needs? Are you looking ahead to future years and what you're going to need to replace? So we
Yeah.
can get an idea of what that is?
And that is what our,
Have a Monday night is?
not really. Not for the distant future. That's not Monday night's meeting. But what we have never had a loan on a vehicle. We have always saved the money and purchased. Whereas we take what would a loan payment would be, we put it in investments.
Right.
You know, in $30,000 per year, or we put into the truck fund so that we can truck being behind and paying forward.
And I think every year I say this, Matt, but I'm super impressed with how your department handles the finances. I think you all do a phenomenal job. And you say you're not really a financial guru, but somebody there is doing a great job. So
it's been a
investment.
It's been a we've always been, I mean, my department's been around for a long time. That was one of the things they've, you know, since its inception, back when Vernon Stiles was involved, how they were paying for things. And I guess it has trickled down. We've always been sure that we had, you know, a built up purchase. We never wanted to buy things on account. It was kind of how it was. And it was always, we wanted to just purchase things outright. So, and that's our going forward. When you see why we're asking, you know, if you could scroll up, I'm sorry, because I don't have it on my phone. I think this year we have, keep going on, I'm sorry, up to the top, what we're asking for. What we're projecting to have 40,000 surplus. So that 40,000 surplus isn't truly surplus. It's going to a truck fund, like
Right.
30 that's going to a truck fund. The way we figure that is that in 10 years, next ET is going to need replacement in 10 years. In 10 years, we're going to have to outlay about $550,000. In 10 years is $50,000 a year if we have to make a payment. So one way or another, we have to either come up with the cash in 10 years or we have to get a payment. So that's our reasoning. It's not, we're just not for excess money. It's earmarked for something. It's not, we do have a good bank account, but it's going to get wiped out very quickly. As you know, in the fire service, when you purchase fire equipment, it's very expensive.
Right. Well, I'm looking and I'm seeing, wait, where was it? If you counted all your savings and your CDs at 453,000, if you, I'm not good with math in my head. Okay, maybe it is. You take the $360,800 that is planned for all those capital items.
Right.
That's what leaves you. So that would wipe out everything and leave you with 93,000.
Then we'd start over at.
And then you start putting the 45 would be added to.
Correct.
If you end up with 45 in surplus, it's not, you're right, it's not surplus, and that needs to be communicated to the Board of Finance when you do present to them. And I'll be happy to make note of that and remember that as well, to reiterate it to them.
And again, I mean, that in simple numbers, we have to, our frontline piece has to be, cannot go over 20 years. They have to, in 10 years, our frontline piece will be 20 years old.
Right.
That place. So one way or another, it needs to be paid for.
Yep. I think if somehow you can present it that way to the Board of Finance, and then if you can also get your projections on what you're going to need for the next 2 or 3 or 4 years, so they can see well, we have this much, but we're expending this much, and we're gonna have to expend this much within the next X amount of years.
Right.
And I think that'll be that'll tell the story of what you'll need. So I think you've done a great job, so.
Matt, can I ask? I see the capital items. How do you replace your gear, or where do you stand with the turnout gear and that kind of thing?
Actually, right now we're doing well here. We replaced it, the majority of it about 3 years ago. And that has a 10-year life on it. The gear that I do have some up in the expenditures for turnout gear, and that's for this year we have one person that's going to be graduating from Fire 1 that will need new turnout gear.
Sorry, I missed it. Under equipment gear. Okay.
Gear, yeah, $4,000.
Yeah.
That's one set of gear plus then gear plus any replacement gear.
I apologize. This is a very nice put together budget. I like the way that you manage the funds for the fire department as well. I just want to echo what Amy's saying. And I like how you planned ahead, and you really have put together a nice budget.
Thank you.
And you do a nice job.
Hey, Matt, have you been able to stagger your gear purchases? I mean, I remember when the town I know when Quinnebog got, a lot of them bought a whole bunch of stuff at one time. And of course, that's been more than 10 years now.
Right. That was, I believe, we had to replace it, I think 3 years ago, and we replaced 9 sets, I believe, at that time.
Okay, I mean, it's tough if you got to come up with, say, 30 sets of gear or whatever in one shot.
The lucky part was that when we did get the grant, these sets go back quite a few years now, 15 years ago or so, that we did get the grant for the equipment. I think we only bought 10 sets then. So then in 10 years, we need 10 sets and need a whole department's worth. So we not completely staggered, but we do have.
No, it does make it a lot easier when you're able to do that and, put so much aside every year to, replace, say, 2 or 3 sets or, as they come up.
Yep.
Instead of a whole lump sum. I mean, especially when you got to do that for, a piece of apparatus, and that price just keeps going through the roof.
Yeah, the last set of gear we purchased, brand new set of gear, we actually did a little bit of trying different gear on this last set. We didn't go with our standard. We went a little bit more expensive. Generally, we've kind of kept it on the low end. And depending on what you're buying, you don't want to buy the cheapest stuff. And turnout gear, we don't want to do that. So we're trying to try some different things and still be cost effective. But so you're getting close to $3,000 now. Excuse me, for a set of turnout gear. So it is. You definitely want to have that all in one year.
So I see Justin Young is in the meeting. Is Justin a member of Thompson Hill?
East.
Oh, he's East Thompson. Okay. But just to let Justin or anybody who comes into these meetings know, the citizens are open to make comment at various times throughout the presentations. So I'll open it up at this point if anybody wanted to say anything.
So I would have to agree with you. I think Thompson Hill does put together a very good budget. Matt, I would have to say, from being a member of another department, I am very impressed with the fact that you guys follow the save to pay for your apparatus versus the take out a loan and pay the bank to pay for your apparatus. So I'm impressed with that. And Amy, I think that is something that should be credited to them, that they do and are putting away those funds for that reason. So nice job, Matt. Well done.
Okay. Any other questions from the selectmen or the public? at this time?
Oh.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you,
Right.
Matt.
Have a great night.
You too.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, and I know Jamie, Sine, and Dino Glasso came in. Fire marshal budget.
So where'd I put that one?
Okay, we'll just wait for Orla to get it up on the screen for you.
Here it is.
I got a meeting. Put your headphones in.
Okay, I will.
Jamie, would you like me to share the PowerPoint you sent me earlier?
Oops. Jamie, you're on mute.
Do you have headphones too?
There you go.
Sorry about that. Yeah, if you want to share that, or if you want to give me the screen and I can pull it up on my computer.
I have it open here, if that's okay. I mean, well, it might be easier for you because you know when to go next. So I'll stop sharing and then you can start, okay?
Okay. You guys can see that?
Not yet, but yes, yes, no.
Okay. Dino, you're on here, right? Just making sure Dino logged in.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So I put together just a little presentation, kind of just like I did last year, just to kind of go over some of the things, because as we know, in the previous years, there was really no transparency and nothing for the fire marshal on what was going on. So just kind of going over, I'm not going to get into this too much because this is all stuff that the first few slides was on it last year, just basically identifying what the fire marshal is supposed to be doing per the Connecticut general statutes and code, and what inspections and investigations and reporting. So that just basically goes over all that between hazardous materials and explosives and blasting and all that fun stuff. As you can see, it's a whole bunch of things that fire marshal is actually responsible for. What I really want to get into is what myself and Dino have done in the past year. We thought COVID was going to make things slow for the town, slow for us, but it actually did completely opposite, and it actually increased our load on what we had to do, because we still had to get inspections done, because people still needed permits, and they needed their COs, and they needed their liquor licenses. So we had a bunch of, as the building department, we had a bunch of new construction, new additions, renovations that we had to do inspections on. The other thing we ran into a huge problem with was a lot of complaints this year. Especially burn complaints. It was pretty incredible, the amount of people that were home complaining about their neighbor burning, that myself and Dino had to go to repetitive times. But just a couple of things that I wanted to stress is for investigations themselves, that we had to go out there, physically do an investigation, take the time, do photo logs, do incident report, was 50 fires last year. Including 6 structure fires in the town of Thompson. So, I mean, for a small town, that's actually a substantial amount of building fires. We had 7 vehicle fires. 2 of them were actually incendiary, which means they were started by somebody. One was a stolen vehicle, and the other one was just ditched in the woods. And with that, we actually had 2 civilian and 1 firefighter burn injuries at fires. One of them was pretty significant, where we had to 2 people were transported for the burn injuries. And there was also other factors that involved that incident, that involved the state fire marshal's office as well as DCF. So that was a pretty elaborate scheme that we had. But aside from that, we also had to, so in our reporting system, we had to review 468 fire department incidents. So of the 5 fire departments, they do their reports, but we have to review anything that's fire related, not medical. So we had 468 incidents that we had to review and just know about and evaluate, because the code, the statute requires the fire marshal to be notified of all fires, no matter what it is, whether it's a campfire, brush fire, car fire, anything the fire marshal is required to be notified of. So we had 468 of those incidents that we had to review, to evaluate and make sure the paperwork was done properly on it. So when it comes to our budget, on this side, we talk about tools and equipment. This was on it last year. We added some things. We're really starting to get a good grasp on our equipment, scene lighting, shovels. Our next purchase actually is metering devices, because as you know, when we're out digging into a pile of fire, it's still off gassing sometimes. So we're looking to get some metering equipment, some more computer software stuff to advance our emergency reporting system. As in, we're looking into getting laptops that we can do inspections remotely and it'll upload right into the system. So we're getting there. Some more protective equipment, but with the budget with us slowly, pecking away at equipment, I think it's working out very well, getting stuff slowly. So we're actually at a point where we have everything that we're going to need when we do our investigations and be sustainable when we're at a scene and not have to rely on our fire department or other resources to help us out with equipment. So we're pretty good with our project. As we know, we do also do code enforcement. I stated before, we've been very busy with code enforcement. As you know, over the past years, there was no code enforcement in town. So we're slowly trying to peck away at this. We actually, I thought with COVID, a lot of the stuff I thought we were going to be a little slower, but miraculously, people buying and stuff, we actually we're busy. And as Amy can vouch, we've had some unique situations in town that we've been involved in, town wise and the fire marshal's office wise, that usually doesn't happen very often, but for some reason this year we got hammered with some things that kept us pretty busy in the fire marshal's office, as well as the selectman's office, with some code issues within our town. So these stats, we did 115 inspections last year, and re-inspections, those are numerous, because it's kind of hard to track, because between the two of us, we're in and out of businesses frequently, and we're dealing with complaints on a daily basis. Donna in the office is pretty much calling me every day on a new complaint, apartment building, a tenant. I'll talk with zoning, they'll take a complaint. So this number is 115 is, what's documented, but re-inspections is crazy. We're just talking alone, just the Mason House project. We're in there a couple times a week, going over things, approving things, modifying things. So it's getting pretty busy. And the thing that concerns me for this coming year budget is, if we figure once everybody's vaccinated, come summertime, for say summer, fall, that's when this budget kicks in. And that's when we're going to be able to go out and actually start tackling a lot of our apartment buildings that we haven't even touched. So we've been busy without even going forward with the stuff that we had projected to go forward with prior to COVID starting. Plan review stuff, 15 plan reviews anytime somebody needs to do a modification, sprinkler system change, smoke detectors, fire alarm systems, egress pass. 15 was based on true documents that we had, but we did a lot more plan review, as in the project going on at the old KFC, the Mason House project, and a couple other projects that we were dealing with within the town. Hazmat tank inspections, as you know, between us and the building official, we're responsible for any hazardous enforcement of propane tanks removal and installations. Blasting permits, we have a blasting company that blasts quite frequently. So in 2020, we issued 6 blasting permits, and those are good for 30 days, and they'll blast multiple times. This pretty much goes on at the Reardon Road site, but we issue the permit for 30 days, and then we also have to follow up. We'll go there, talk to the blaster, make sure everything's okay, and then we field complaints, and then we have to get answers. And I think we had a couple of complaints just a couple weeks ago, and we were able to get the people that complained, accurate, technical data to ensure that the blasting was done safe and within the requirements, because I require them to send seismographs to us within 24 hours of the blast, and they have 3 different locations a lot of times, so we can monitor those locations to verify that there's no blasting that's out of regulation. One big project that I'm actually very, very happy with is the emergency reporting system. We switched over to that last year from the Firehouse software. It's a different system. It has a lot of capabilities to it. It has downloading option from our dispatch center. It really the fire departments have been solid at getting the information in. So when they enter this information in, then I take that information, any fire calls, as I said, that 468, I go through them, I change them, I modify them, I add some information into them, and then we have to send that over to the state. As of January 1st, that actually is being changed. So I have to send it to the U.S. Fire Administration. It's just a whole different way of uploading. It's uploaded to a website. So I did a training on that last week. But the system itself, it's a little more than the Firehouse software was, but for reporting, that's required because they're supposed to be uploaded once a month is what they want to see. And I can assure you that as of now, 2020, the whole year has been uploaded into the system and uploaded to the state, which I could tell you that this is the first time all 5 fire departments has been compliant with this in several years. So I'm pretty happy with the system, and I'm happy with the fire departments for their level of being able to get the stuff into the system, and gives us accurate reporting. What else is nice is it gives a ton of reporting that we can pull off the system. It gives us a lot of stats, a lot of information for it. This is just a quick breakdown from 2020. This doesn't include the ambulance because the ambulance does their own EMS reporting. So this breaks down fire calls or any calls that the fire department would go to, not including the ambulance. So it breaks down, on the percent of calls, how many calls the fire department went to. In 2020 was 1,016, which actually is a low number because with COVID, for those who aren't familiar, the fire departments actually, the region switched the response policy for the fire departments for several months and only sent them to life-threatening calls because of the threat of COVID. So fire departments weren't getting dispatched to normal fall injuries like they were in the past. So even with that said, the number is still up over 1,000 incidents that the fire departments themselves have been out on in this town. And like I said, it doesn't include the ambulance, so their stats will be different. So if you look at like the response calls for community fire company, that doesn't include any medical calls because they don't do medicals. The ambulance does it. Whereas the other fire departments, it includes medicals because they respond as first responders to those calls. And then it just breaks down the type of calls that they went on, from rescue emergency calls, which is 53%, to the different types of calls. And by us having this system and accurately entering information in, it allows us to pull up a lot of real-time information and good quality information for them. So I'm pretty happy with the way that's been going. It takes a lot of work, a lot of hours to get this system, going at the end of the month and monitoring and reporting. But at the end of the day, it's really worth it. So getting into my budget for this year, the only changes I have, we talk about the fire marshal budget. I had, because that we know once COVID's done, which is, well, not done, but things are probably a little more relaxed come the new budget season. We'll be able to get out there and do a lot more inspections and get caught up on the things that we had to put a hold on because of COVID. So I propose to increase the budget a total of 3,000 between myself and the deputy position. The deputy position, I increased 2,000, myself 1,000. Dino has been doing a ton of work. He's been really busy in the office, and honestly, the amount of hours that he's putting into doing the deputy fire marshal position isn't even close to being what he's compensated for. And then travel, I increased by 200 just because there's two of us going out doing inspections. So it just a little extra to cover that gap of mileage for both of our vehicles. Office supplies, just went up a little just because of we using more equipment, supplies that we need to do the inspections. Protective clothing and equipment went up $500 each. Just like I said, we're trying to get our equipment up to a point where we're self-sufficient and well protected. As we know, the fire has a lot of carcinogens and stuff coming off of it. So we want to make sure we have the right gear, the right equipment as we're digging through a pile of burnt debris. When it's just pretty much the two of us there and everybody else left, we want to make sure that we're safe and we have the right equipment to protect ourselves.
Jamie, can I interrupt you for one moment?
Sure.
So you and I had talked about the need for cell phones for both you and your deputy. Just so I can just share with the rest of the board. In the current fiscal year, we obtained a cell phone for Jamie, which will end up being approximately $765 for this year, and we'll move it around from one of the other line items. But I did add a proposal for a cell phone for both the fire marshal and the deputy, and the approximate dollars will be $1,800 for next year.
Thank you. And I think just for the other people that are listening, the importance of that is you don't understand the level of people that call both myself and Dino on a daily basis and complaints, and with Dino, especially with burn complaints. We have one resident in town that's actually sending us pictures and just basically harassing both our phones because he's complaining about a neighbor. So all that information shouldn't be sent to somebody's personal cell phone. It just makes things a lot easier, because if it does come down to a legal matter, his phone could be brought up into a court and he could lose his phone if it's his personal phone. So we try to keep everything. I try to keep everything on the town phone. I still have a lot of contractors that call me on my personal phone because the business card, original business cards has that. And I try to tell them, I'm like, listen, you have to call me on the phone to keep everything consistent with that phone. And they go, oh yeah, I forgot. I'm like, don't forget, just call me on the other phone because I want to keep everything separate. But since I've gotten the phone, it's actually worked out well because it for the most part, it keeps everything separate. And like I said, the complaints that we get, or if we're investigating a fire and we have to call somebody that's involved, it could be an incendiary fire. We don't want that information, our personal phones, given out to these people. And the other thing is we've already had one case in the past where I've had to contact somebody and the person sent some pictures to my phone that wasn't appropriate. So luckily it was a town phone and we were able to rectify that issue from the past, and it kept it away from my phone. And so I think it's just very helpful to have that available to us. The other thing, reason for the several occupancies were unable to be inspected due to limitations of budget, including assemblies, educational, business, and mercantile. 3-family dwellings. We haven't been able to get out there and do a lot of inspections, but we've taken a lot of complaints from a lot of our larger multifamily buildings within the last year that I've been working on. Tenants, it's all tenant disputes. So we've been really busy on that. We even have one next week that we have to go out to. So that keeps us fairly busy. And this just breaks down, our professional affiliations that we have to deal with, the NFPA and the Fire Marshals Associations that we're in tune with, and training stuff and equipment that we have. For those of you who don't know, we have to do 90 hours of training, each of us, in 3 years. So basically 30 hours a year. There are some free trainings available, but a lot of the better trainings that we need do cost money. This year they put a kibosh on a lot of training, so we have to ramp up next year to get our hours in on that. So that is something we're going to have to get on to make sure we have our hours. And protective clothing, if we're dealing with gear that, as Chief Grauer said, a set of gear that to protect you in fires is $3,000. So that's the kind of situation that we're dealing with as well. So in 2019, we started our inspection fee schedule, and we collected $810. And since January 1st of 2020, we collected $2180, even with the pandemic, which I was pretty surprised. I was aggressive in last year's budget, and was hopeful to collect $2,900 this year, with being able to do a lot of the multifamily occupancies, which we weren't able to do other than under complaint. So even with the pandemic, I think we were actually pretty close to target, as we could with the pandemic in place. It's pretty shocking.
Jamie, you still comfortable with the rates for the inspections?
Yeah, I think the rates are good, because the problem we have is just trying to get a little bit out of people. And what I found is, unless they need it for a liquor license, or we have some of the facilities like the Susan Wayne Center or Thornfield Hall, where they're required by the state to get inspections. They have no problem paying out. But if we talk about a 3-family house, a lot of our landlords in town don't want the fire marshal in there, and so to try to get a little bit out of them is better than nothing, because we're going in there not on because they want us to be there. We're going in there because we're telling them we have to be there. So they kind of fight Congress to allow us in to get. So I think if we increase the rates, which our rates I based off the other towns around us, Woodstock and Putnam, and we're consistent right in line with those two towns on the rates. So I think we're pretty good with that, because I think, like I said, if we increase that, I think it'll make it a little more difficult to get people to allow us in to do the inspections.
Okay. No, I just wondered if there was something that should be increased based on the amount of time you're putting into it. That's all.
Sometimes the one thing with Donna, but she's been actually pretty good with buildings that I've been going to multiple times. She's been appropriately charging them for the amount of times I've been going out there. And we kind of have to sit down afterwards and go over, how many times, so, and then we bill them at once afterwards, if it's multiple times. And the other problem we run into is there's a lot of people, because, inspections were lacking and there was no fee schedule in the past. So I find a lot of people that are doing work and doing things that without getting permits that they need to now. So now it's a matter of education and teaching a lot of these contractors, these sprinkler fitters, the fire alarm techs, the proper procedures now, because we never had a fee schedule for fire alarm testing, which we do now. So it's more of an education. I think once we educate, we can slowly increase over the years. Once everybody's on the same page.
Oh, not a problem. If we needed to make an adjustment based on what you're seeing out there, this would be the time to, to talk about it, because it would change, projected revenue possibly coming in. That's all.
Yeah, I think if we get one good year without the COVID, that we can get out there and we can judge how we're faring. And once we can get into the multifamilies and all the other businesses that we want to, I think that could be our baseline. And once we get our baseline for next year's budget, then we can make that determination if we need to raise in any of the areas.
Okay, I'm
Once we
good.
have- Thank you. And grants, there's still grants available through the Connecticut Fair Plan and the FM Global Grant. So we're working on that as well. The other thing that we're big with PR too is Dino was able to allocate all the batteries from Energizer. I think it was Energizer. And we did on the trick-or-treating night at the Speedway, we gave out batteries for smoke detectors, and we have still a ton left that we're going to do another come spring. We're going to do another battery giveaway at the town hall or somewhere where there's something going on that people can come and get batteries for their smoke detectors and have that opportunity for free batteries.
Jamie, when were you planning on that?
I was hoping the spring, once the weather warmed up a little. So
Depending on the COVID situation, what they do during the Easter egg hunt.
yeah, that might work. We'll pick a good day, but we have a lot, and I want to do it where we can get a large group of people.
Right.
So we want to be able to get as many of our taxpayers as available as possible.
Maybe Little League opening day, Jamie?
They're also planning, I think it was
Jamie, is that something that might be possibly tied in with Fire Prevention Week?
We could do it with fire prevention. This past year, Fire Prevention Week was kind of kiboshed.
Yeah, no, this year because of COVID.
But
I'm just thinking going forward.
Yeah, we could do it fire prevention, or we could do it sooner. I think. Orla, did you say opening day of baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a good day. I mean, we could do multiples depending on, we have a cache of batteries, and this was actually an initiative that we did with the Woodstock and the Putnam Fire Marshals. Dino was actually on Winnie Radio with both their fire marshals, and all three towns did it within the same weekend, and gave out batteries in all three towns, which worked out very well, and was a good PR initiative for the three towns. And
if I could just interject for a second too, James, to answer Kenny, yes, I guess you could call it a grant that did come out right around kind of fire prevention time. It was trying to be tied towards that and excuse me, what is it? Daylight savings time. It was kind of like a dual thing.
The only reason why I mention it is because, there's a lot of publicity with Fire Prevention Week, and more people are, like you said, the time change, they're more in tune with it, and, that's all. But hey, whenever you can get them and do it, it's a help no matter what.
So the other thing I wanted to talk about too is Donna stressed it to me this week is now that because I told her I was expressing the amount of complaints and inspection complaints and she said that it has increased because she's obviously been doing this a while. She goes, a lot of people now know that there's an active fire marshal's office and know there's people out there that are actually going to do something. And that's why people are starting to call the office a lot more to not really complain, but just, if there's holes in the floor of their building or egress concerns. This past 2 weeks ago, I went on a complaint of a mixed occupancy, and I was able to identify a company that was cleaning, going in to do hood systems and fire extinguishers, and the guy is a scam artist. He's been on the watch list for the local fire marshal's offices. So I was able to talk to the owner of the occupancy and just let him know that he got scammed. But we're actually working on legal action, and the sergeant of the state fire marshal's office is working with consumer protection actually about this gentleman, because he scammed a lot of towns in our area. But if I didn't go out there to follow up on a complaint, this poor business wouldn't have known that they got scammed, and this guy could have been coming in frequently, and unfortunately he scammed him on a hood system on a building that involves multifamily building, which is attached, which we all know grease fires and hood systems never end up very, very good. So, we're trying to eliminate any type of serious fire or injury from it. So we're working currently with the state fire marshal's office on the next avenue if our business owner is going to take action on legal action with this contractor. So hopefully by following up on complaints, we've had two follow-ups of complaints. One was we're still working with in town as well, which is a hoarding situation that we're working with and this that just brings a lot of work to the office, but it's all in the best interest of the town and the taxpayers.
Have just a quick question. This is probably more for Dino because he's been doing the burning permits. I'm sure with everybody being home that it's been on the rise. More people are doing, burns. Have they been cooperative or have we had to go out and get, issue a citation or whatever with the PD?
I would say it fluctuated a little bit this year. I think some people are hesitant about doing like a face-to-face, and it actually kind of worked out. People were kind of scanning in their permits and sending them over to Donna, and she would kind of shoot me an email or a text, and I'd go in, check it out, see where it is, kind of drive by, see what's going on, and then we would issue the permit that way. But anytime I've had to go to somebody's house to issue a permit or follow up on a burn complaint, I really haven't had any issues other than the one that Jamie was talking about before. And that was more of like a neighborly dispute type thing, that the guy was more aggravated at the fact that we were there because he had a little campfire, not necessarily at us, but at his neighbor.
Okay, no, I was just wondering, as long as they're being cooperative, that's all we want.
No, everybody's they're fine with it. Nobody has an issue with paying the fee for it. They kind of get it. So, I mean, I haven't ran into any issues yet.
Good.
Kenny, we did have one issue with a local business that was burning, and we pulled their permit, and we gave them modifications where they had to have the fire department for a short period of time anytime they burned, just as a punishment. And they were very receptive and understanding, and they knew that they had messed up. So they're good on it, and they've been doing good since we pulled their permit the first time. The only other time that we had an issue is we had somebody burning 2 weeks in a row combustible materials that they weren't supposed to be burning, and we did have to get law enforcement involved, and we had to have the person cited from the police, and I was working with the state's attorney's office on that case. So we are involved. There's a lot of things that we're doing that we're involved with the state and the state's attorney's office and the court system, behind the scenes.
I mean, obviously, when you get involved in those type of cases, it more paperwork, more time working with different agencies. So you guys are extremely busy.
Yeah, and I can tell you, and Donna can attest that every day of the week that she's there, I'm on the phone with her, and I'm doing something every day of the week.
That's true.
In this office. Every day there's something, whether I'm sitting at my computer at home typing up an abatement report, then doing a re-inspection, because just the inspection process alone, what people don't realize is you go there, you do the inspection. There's not a business that we don't find some sort of an abatement, some sort of violation. So what we have to do is we have to type up an abatement report, which identifies the exact section of the code that it abates. So we have to have the code books open, write a list of abatements, and then we have to submit it to the business, and then we give them a time frame, whether it's 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, and then we have to re-inspect. So yesterday I had a business in town that I went there last month, and they called me, and I did a re-inspection yesterday morning, and they had everything fixed. There was 8 violations, and they had everything fixed of the 8 violations. So business-wise, I can tell you that the businesses in town are really receptive now, and I have a good working relationship with all the businesses that we're dealing with, because we're giving them leniency and allowing them time to get their stuff up to code. We can't expect them to fix things overnight. But since we've started, I feel a lot more at ease knowing that we've had hundreds and hundreds of violations that have been corrected since we started.
No, you guys, between you and Dino, you complement each other very well to get the job done. So town is very fortunate to have, the dedication you guys have been putting in.
Thank you. And Dino's burning official, we kept it the same as last year. The salary I think he did. Dino, how many permits did you do last year? 51?
Excuse me. Yeah, it was 51.
51. So at $10 a piece, and actually 51 permits, but one of them was a 6-month permit, right?
1 6 month, one 3 months. So that's
And so what we do is those who do a 6-month permit, they don't pay the $10. They're actually paying $60, and the 3 months they're paying a $30 permit fee. So we've actually collected in more salary wise for burning official just in permit fees than what he's being paid. So we're on the good side on that, aside from his mileage. And that's pretty much what I have.
Great. Suzanne or Ken, any other questions for Jamie?
Jamie, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. You mentioned Donna several times, but you don't have an assistant or an executive assistant on your budget. Who is Donna?
So Donna is she actually is the assistant for the building and fire marshal. Donna Hall. She actually runs the building and fire marshal's office. So if somebody wants to come in and need an inspection, they call her office. She schedules it with me, and then I go out and do the inspection.
So Orla, shouldn't part of her salary be in the fire marshal's budget?
That hasn't been discussed before now.
It has never been discussed?
No, it has not. In the past, we were paying a fire marshal who wasn't doing the job. So it's only really now, since, as we all know, since Jamie has taken over, that it's become a real active department. So it has not.
So I don't know any of the past history, but I'm just looking at the budget and I'm not seeing his assistant in here. And I'm thinking that we should probably break that out and put it under his budget.
So that's probably a good discussion to have when we have our presentation with the building department.
Right.
And I can assure you that Donna is phenomenal at what she does.
Jamie, I'm not questioning that at all. I just want to make sure that things go where they should go and that we're, accounting for it correctly.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I can tell you, I've put a huge workload onto her from what she's used to, because the building office itself, as I'm sure when they do their budget, they'll tell you the amount of building permits that are coming in on a daily basis is crazy in this town. And what she does for Terry. So by helping me out and organizing that, just puts a lot more workload on her that she never had to do in the past.
Another set here. No, I totally, I'm sure of that. And that's why sometimes you can
My meeting's done. I'm all set.
sort them out, and you can fluctuate the salary based on the amount of work, or you can change, you know what I'm getting at? So if that caseload is a lot more challenging, then she should maybe be rewarded that way. Whereas, you know what I'm,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
it needs to be flushed out, I think, and we need to have it under your department.
Definitely. Because I think
So to make it complete. Yeah.
she's definitely had to take on a lot more than what she did in the past when it came to the fire marshal stuff.
The other question, if we did not have COVID, so can I get a fee schedule? Is that online, or where would I even find that?
The fee schedule, I think, is online. I know it's hung up in the office. I can let me,
just so I can understand the big picture.
Yeah, let me I'll show you. Let's see if I.
Jamie, what do you think the estimate would be for income for fiscal 22? Do you want to leave it at 2,900?
I would leave it at 2,900, but honestly, if we could get out there and start hustling a lot of these buildings, I think we could surpass that.
That was my next question, is what your expectation was for next year
You
for the
know,
fee
and
schedule, because I know that it sounds like you guys are really out there hustling.
you know, what really holds us back a lot of times is once we start getting a lot of fires. You know, an investigation alone, if you have a building fire, you know, that's about 20 hours of work between the investigation, the paperwork, the follow up, sometimes even more if we're dealing with incendiary fires or stuff like that.
How many hours a week would you say that you spend for the town of Thompson as a fire marshal?
You know, the thing is I try to break that down, but it's hard because I'm, you know, doing things like, you know, all day. So I'll spend an hour in the morning doing something, and then I'll be doing something else, and then I'll be spending 3 hours in the afternoon, or I'll be on the emergency reporting system for 4 hours at night at home, just going through the stuff. You know, so, you know, is it lowballing to say I spend 20 hours, you know, a week? I would say probably, with the amount of phone calls and other stuff.
And what about Dino?
Dino is he's starting to get, we obviously wanted to get him his goal was to get into doing helping with the multifamilies, and he couldn't do that. But obviously once this COVID stuff is done, that's pretty much going to be his baby is the multifamily stuff, to start working on that. And I'm doing all the complaint stuff.
So is he 20 plus as well?
No, Dino is only at 5,000 right now. Oh, hours?
Yeah.
Oh,
a week.
No, Dino, how many hours do you think you put in a week? Dino, you still?
Yeah, I couldn't unmute myself. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
It can fluctuate from week to week. It's you know, I could go a whole week where I'm dealing with burn complaints and permits and whatnot, or then we might have a fire or something we need to go out and investigate. And, I mean, there are times that we get called not only for fires. I mean, we can get called for an electrical issue in a house or things of that nature. But to actually put a definitive number on it, I mean, Jamie's probably more hourly than I am, if I had to guess.
And I know that's putting you, you know, on the spot to try to sort it out, but would you say you spend 20 hours a week doing this just for the town of Thompson?
I mean, I would be comfortable with saying between 15 to 20.
15 to 20. Do you cover other towns?
No.
You're just Thompson, Dino, and same with you, Jamie?
Yeah, we do have a comprehensive mutual aid agreement with with Woodstock, that if Woodstock needs us to go up and help them, we can. And Woodstock, and then vice versa, if Woodstock needs to come in, we do have that agreement that when Kenny was in, we worked on with that town. So it actually is very helpful for that town. We haven't, but there's actually with that contract, there's actually a fee schedule that goes with it. So if I need to go help at the Woodstock Fair, the town of Woodstock actually pays the town of Thompson for my hours that I'm there based on the fee schedule. And same thing with them. If we needed them to come in to help out with some inspection, there's a fee schedule that Thompson would pay them. And we do it for mileage for investigations. So that's all we do. So if Woodstock Fire Marshal comes in to help with a fire, then we pay the town of Woodstock the mileage for him. And that comes out of my mileage account.
I remember asking that question last year. I apologize. I do remember you telling me that.
That's okay.
Can I get a copy of the fee schedule sent to me?
Yeah.
Suzanne, it's right on the town's website under the building department.
Under the building department.
And Suzanne, I just sent you a link.
Thank you. I just want to print it out and look at it.
Jamie?
Yes.
One last quick question. How many hours a week do you think that Dawn is doing for you?
I mean, honestly, I think she probably does 8 hours a week for me.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And honestly, you know, I said 20 hours for me. I wish I could give, sit down and give an accurate number of how many hours, and as the people in the town hall see, some days, some weeks I'm there 4 days, doing stuff all week. So or if I have one,
It varies on the workload.
it really does. And we've been busy and honestly, with my rotating schedule, because I work 24 on and 24 off. And I have a lot of days off during the week that, pretty much every day that I'm off during the week, I'm doing something that doesn't go a day that I'm not doing, something for the town, trying to get things up and running. You can see the fee schedule on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but it is on the building office site.
Yeah. And if you just to quickly go over it, this is for inspection. So initial fees and then reinspection fees. But then we also have fees for plan review. So if we have to do plan review of a building, there's a fee for that. If we have to do a test of a fire alarm system based on the square footage, there's a fee for that. Sprinkler systems, the same thing. Hood systems, like I just went out a couple of months, one of our businesses put a new hood system in. So I had to go out and do a test of it. So that was a $50 fee for me to go out and do a test of the new hood system. Anybody that does fireworks, like the tent in Quinnebog, that's a $50 fee. And then we got into pyrotechnics if there's any fireworks shows, storage tank removals, blasting permits is $60. That's actually Connecticut general statute requirement for $60, and that goes to the town. So every permit that goes right to us. So and then we just have marking system that allows us to mark a building that is deemed hazardous to a firefighter. So this goes along with the ordinance, but we kept this separate. So this document itself can be modified, and it's not set in stone in the ordinance for the fee schedule.
All right.
I'm good.
I did want to just read off in the chat box, Matt Grauer said to everyone, I have to get to an NDDH meeting, but I want to compliment the fire marshals of the town. From a fire chief's perspective, it gives us a feeling of security that someone is keeping our citizens safe, in turn also keeping us safe in the process. Well done. So I wanted to make sure I shared that. All right. There's no other. Yep.
Sorry, Justin Young. I just have a couple of quick questions
Oh,
for
yes,
Jamie, if
please.
that's
We'll
okay.
Open it up for citizen comments.
Sorry,
No,
Jamie.
that's okay.
Your presentation was very good. Being on the fire departments myself, I know a lot of the vehicle fires that you attended to this year were on 395. Is there any federal or state assistance that you guys are getting for stuff that's happening on an interstate?
No, in the years past, the fire departments themselves used to get some money anytime they did a call on the highway. But if there was other fire chiefs on here that run the highway, maybe Kyle would know. I think they shut that down because the state used to give them a certain amount. I don't know if it was annually.
Yeah, each doesn't.
Yeah, it used to be annually. I think that they gave the fire department. But for us as a townwide, then no, they give us no assistance, which, in this past year alone, as you know, we've had that paver fire that we were at all day, and we probably had, 6 or 7 car fires on the highway.
Yep.
That we're at that really is not citizens of our town. That's just people passing through that we had to deal with, and which makes it even more difficult because now we're trying to deal with insurance companies and getting reports from people that are out of town makes it a little more difficult for us in our office to get that information.
Right.
One last question. Am I muted? No. Jamie, when you go on to do these inspections and all, you're using your own vehicle?
I am using my own vehicle.
And
yeah.
Dino as well, right? You don't have
well.
Okay.
We don't have a town vehicle. I mean, I think in the long-term plan is to get a vehicle to put all our equipment in, because all our equipment is scattered between our pickup trucks in the back, that all our equipment that we need, because we have to be ready for whether it's a fire or whether it's an investigation, whether it's a blasting, so we have a lot of different equipment, that from shovels to gear to tripod lights to pry bars, electrical meters, measuring wheels, So we carry a lot of stuff inside our vehicles. So, me and Dino, in our long-term plan is to eventually get a vehicle to start doing these inspections like some of the other towns do, like Putnam, Killenly, Plainfield. They all have vehicles.
Yeah, because when you're using that equipment, it's being exposed to different elements of the fire. Am I correct? And then you're turning around and putting it in your vehicle?
That is correct. And the other downfall is we have to, when we're doing our interviewing process, we have to bring people into our vehicles to do the interview process. So sometimes, not, nothing negative, but there's people you just don't want to bring into your.
I understand that.
Personal
Absolutely.
vehicle. And then there's other times where we've had a couple fires this year that have been way out on the power lines. So we're bringing our vehicles way out, down these narrow paths in the middle of the woods to get to these fires, which makes it a little difficult sometimes.
Absolutely.
Any other comments? We can. All right. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Dino.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to West Thompson Fire Department. And Matt Whipple is here and Kyle is here. Okay, we'll wait. Orla's going to bring up your
Perfect.
budget request, Matt.
Perfect.
All right.
I have two separate documents to share.
Yeah.
for-
That was my fault, Orla.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just letting you know. So this is their income and expenditure. And then separately, I have their cash and their capital assets.
Okay, great. Did we not get a copy of that, Orla?
No, this was, yeah, you did actually. This is
Oh.
part of the email I sent this morning, which included Thompson Hill.
Oh, okay.
I actually have this one.
Yeah, I don't have this one, so I didn't move it apparently. So that's okay. I'll see it up on screen.
I also just forwarded you.
Take it away.
the Updated one. So as you can see, we're going for 73,000 this year. We have had to buy a new truck, former tanker. After putting in an extensive amount of money into that, we found that the truck was worth a whole whopping $4,000 after the extensive amount of work that was put into it. So needless to say, we ended up getting the new tanker, as you guys are all well aware. So right off the top of the budget, $23,000 a year goes towards that truck payment.
Right.
In 15 years. We have been putting in every year for the forestry grant, which we have been getting, which we're very fortunate about. So those are really the big things. The education and training, we are not bringing in income like we were when the past chief was here. He was running EMT, really EMT and EMR refreshers and EMR initials, which was a big revenue maker for us. However, right now, we are not doing that because he moved to Florida. So, with this pandemic, that has changed a lot of what we do. That's kind of my thing in a nutshell.
Hey, Orla,
Yes.
this is the question that I had. I'm looking at the fire departments and I'm seeing 62,000.
Me too, Ken.
Why did West Thompson get 57.5, or is that just an error?
I think it's an error. Let me just grab the budget from last year.
Because I know we gave the ambulance, the 75, and that all the fire departments were given equally across, and that was the 62. And it's just for the paperwork, but
Correct. Yeah, we gave 62 to all of them, and the ambulance service got 75.
That
That's
could
what
be
I thought.
a mistake on my end for the input.
That's exactly what I was looking at, Ken. I was trying to figure out if they received less than the other departments.
Well, I had caught that before we went on break at 5 o'clock, and everybody was gone, and this was the time to ask that question. 'Cause
Correct.
it didn't make sense.
Yep.
I will double check and make sure we did give them enough.
We'll be ready to close the.
Matt, are you still there? Is everybody still there?
We did receive the 62,000 last year, Orla.
Okay, thank you. I wonder, I think I might see what you guys are actually doing with this. So this this budget is based on calendar year. So,
Go ahead.
we do fiscal year. The reason why I did that is because the fire department's run on calendar year. But if you were to take half of that, calendar year 2020 involves 2 different fiscal years. And the different dollar amounts related to 2 different fiscal years. I think if we take half of one and half of the other, you get your 57,500. So I understand why they were doing it that way.
Well, no, if you look at it, I remember they got 47, then it went up to 48.5, for 19, which is, the numbers. So it could be just an error on their part.
I don't think it's an error. I think they pretty much split the fiscal year 50-50 and took.
I thought the only department that has a different odd fiscal year is community, because they do it in April.
So, but this is a calendar year because our town budget is prepared fiscal year. So most likely, if I'm looking at the numbers, half of fiscal year 19 and half of fiscal year 20, or half of fiscal year 20 and half of fiscal year 21 is in that 57,500, and the same with the prior year.
Can we just double check on that so we have a definite?
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers. That looks like what it is.
That pan right over there.
Matt, I have a question.
I was going to use half and half.
Because we always issue the check after the town budget passes.
We do, but remember, they're calculating based on calendar year. So most likely they're taking half of one fiscal year and half of the other.
I can most certainly reach out to the treasurer to see where she got that number from.
I'm pretty sure Sherry got it from that.
That's kind of what I figured.
Because I'm looking at I'm looking at the prior year numbers, and that's where she got it.
Okay.
What did we give them in 2019?
55.
Gave them 55,000.
And what did we give them in 18?
62.
Okay, so you're probably right.
Yes, I am.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Getting back to
Yes.
the actual budget that you're presenting.
Yeah.
You said that 23,000 off the top is going to be used to pay for the new tanker,
Yes.
which in the capital assets, it's 280,000. That's the new one you just purchased.
Correct.
Why am I not seeing the 23,000 in the expense category?
That is a very good question.
Am I missing it, or am I just, because that would put you in a completely different bottom line net surplus deficit.
Sherry was the one that got me the numbers,
Yeah.
so it might have just been overlooked.
She may not have added it to the debt service line.
Right. Yeah, that would be exactly right.
But I think if we're presenting this in any way to the Board of Finance,
Yep.
we need to see
Yep.
those numbers. And then additionally, if we can project or forecast what your capital request might be in the future, so we know where you guys need to be, where you need to be going towards, whether it's maybe you need a rescue truck or I don't know, do you have a ladder truck? I don't know.
No.
Whatever your needs might be, or something within the building, a new furnace or some type of capital projects, it'd be helpful to see where you need to get to.
As of right now, the only capital expenses going forward would be to add a shower to our building. 'Cause we
Okay.
Currently have one.
Okay. Well, that'd be good to know if that could be something that, at least you'll be presenting that to the Board of Finance.
Yep.
But I definitely want to see, I don't know, I think it should show someplace that you have that $23,000 annual expense. Because that would put you in a deficit.
Right.
So if you want to clarify that with Sherry, and then we can add the numbers before we submit this information to the Board of Finance.
Yep, most certainly.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thoughts? Citizen comments too? Have something, Suzanne or Ken?
No, I'm good.
So capital items would definitely be good. Am I muted? No, capital items would definitely be good, but assets, bank accounts, that bank charges I see. I just have 2 pages, correct?
Oh, you have an additional page, which I'm showing on the screen.
Oh, okay. Do I have that? Because
You just got it emailed to you in the last 10 minutes.
Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you. That's kind of what I was looking for.
Sure.
Do all the fire departments have audits done?
Yes, we do ours yearly.
And do we get copies of those? Or can we? I didn't think to ask Matt Brower.
Yeah, we've been more than willing to share that.
Sometimes that's good to have to have a copy of that as well. That would be great.
January, I know Thompson Hill does theirs in January.
Okay. Orla, can you reach out to Matt and ask him for a copy of the Thompson Hills?
I will, yeah, absolutely.
I think that it would be beneficial to have one from the department and the EMS as well. Thank you.
You want that emailed to the first selectman, or who would you like that?
But you can definitely email it to me.
Okay.
And I can distribute it to the group, either way.
Okay, not a problem. I apologize for the late notice on getting this to you guys. As you know, we've been a little busy with snow work.
Oh,
yeah, and you've had a transition. It's fine.
Yeah.
We got it on time, right, Matt?
That's right.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we are waiting. Oh, we have East Thompson.
Okay.
Assuming Ron's going to come in.
Actually, I think it's Josh is presenting. Ron might be joining.
Okay. Josh is presenting. Okay.
Yes. And he's also going to present the.
Is he here? Oh, he's not here yet, though. Okay.
Let's dig out his budget.
What time is it supposed to come in? 7?
Yes.
Thompson Hill, West Thompson was only 2 sheets, Orla?
Yes, and then you have another sheet that I forwarded to you in the last 10 minutes, which was their cash and their capital assets.
Okay, I haven't looked at that yet.
Yeah, it just came in.
Okay.
There was just a disconnect between the treasurer and Matt, and but we got it on time. So I think what we have left is East Thompson, community ambulance, and then community fire, right?
Yes.
That's it.
Okay. In this next 6 minutes or so, I'm going to step out quickly. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Yeah, me too.
Me 3.
There it is.
All right, Josh and Ron are entering right now. Hi, Josh.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, just lovely.
I think I let Ron in. Let me just see. Oh, no. There we go. Hi, Ron. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Let me make sure everybody else is here. We all kind of stepped out for a sec. Well, I stepped out for a second. Suzanne, you're back?
Not yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Okay, Suzanne, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
Amy, there's one more, John Kaczynskis.
Okay.
He's the president, if you could let him in.
All right, let me see. He's not showing that he's waiting to come in. Is he trying to log in?
Yes.
Ah,
Hmm.
not coming up yet. It pops up on my screen as soon as someone tries to come in. And then I'm looking at the participants and he's not there either.
Hey. Hey.
Ron, are you in contact with John?
Yes.
Okay. Is he to the screen that says that the host will let you in?
There's Josh.
Ron, you said it was John
Okay.
Kaczynskis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm still not seeing him yet.
Okay, well, I guess we'll start without him.
Okay.
I don't know if he's having issues or what.
Yeah, it'll pop up on my screen as the moment he tries to get in and then I can let him in. So are you good to present?
Yes.
Okay. You're on.
Ross, this is where I take over.
Josh, are you presenting?
Yeah, I'll present it. That's perfectly fine.
Okay, great.
So looking at our income from the past fiscal year, we did have a significant drop in the Speedway income due to COVID. They were out of commission for the better part of, they were supposed to start their season in the end of March. We had one event in March, and then we pretty much didn't do anything until June, which is over 30 days of events that probably we lost
Wow.
put on. So that's a substantial income loss. Unfortunately, that's why the budgeted number for the next fiscal year is lower, because we don't even know what to expect. They could run a full season, they could run a bridge to, we don't know. Nonetheless, donations are status quo. Fundraising, we never expect to make any money that's considered extra to us. So it's tough to budget for a fundraising number. The town support, we're requesting 75,000. There's some capital improvements that we are looking to do this year to improve the department, the stuff that we should have done probably years ago. Unfortunately, finances didn't allow it. And then miscellaneous is a whiting estate that we have, that we still get a dividend off of based on stocks. It's done well over the past couple of years. But with the way the stock market is today, I kind of went a little bit reserved with that because I don't want to overstretch it. Other income is mainly banking interest. Any questions with anybody for the income?
Oh, on the, so were you able to pull in 72,000? That's what you received in income from the Speedway this past year, even with COVID?
Yeah, that was, I mean, if you look at the past 2 years, I mean, 103,000, 98,000.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, unfortunately,
Right, I know
72 is what we were able to pull in for our the past fiscal year here, for the past Speedway season, I should say. Which unfortunately I believe we budgeted for 92 or 94. I'd have to pull up the last year's submitted budget, but we budgeted for probably about 20,000 more than what we actually came into.
John's coming in the meeting right now, by the way.
Thank you.
Well, okay, that was the only question I had.
So under our expenses, again, with the decrease in Speedway volume or the decrease in the Speedway estimated revenue, obviously your wages are going to be slightly less. I only budgeted slightly less than that because we do have, we still have to staff 2 people no matter what the event is. So there's still payroll expenses being incurred. I think it's a similar, what is the word I'm looking for? A similar correlation, I should say, between the two. Payroll taxes, $4,500, pretty much status quo. I went up a little bit on that because I don't know what the tax world is going to do, and there's been a lot of rumors about we have to pay the Connecticut paid leave tax now, or the employee does, and moving forward, I don't know what the taxes are always a wild card. It's never a set in stone thing, especially with our unemployment tax as well. Other employment expenses are basically our administrative fees in regards to our employment, our W-2s, our payroll numbers, making sure checks are sent out, and postage, things like that for the employees. Accounting fees are status quo. Nothing really changed off of that. Telecommunications, same thing. Nothing really changed. I don't expect any huge increase. We don't plan on getting a couple extra TVs in the station by any means. And then other communications, I currently don't have any intention, or we as a department don't have any other intention to purchase any type of other communication equipment at this point. Orla, could you go down? I unfortunately can't see anything else. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, there you go.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I can pull it up on my computer if you want. Oh, perfect. So postage, status quo, nothing really changed there. Utilities, electricity, I went up. So we have intentions of having an operating Cascade this year. And with that, it's a very large motor. Its pull is a high amperage. It's going to adjust our peak higher. So I'm budgeting upward. That's the reason for the almost $2,000 difference there, because that piece of equipment is going to pull quite a bit of amperage. And I honestly don't know, estimation wise, what we would be looking at for electricity for the year. Gas, oil, and propane, I went up $1,000 on that. We had a great year last year. We spent compared to the past 2 years, we spent little money, but the 5,000 I did go up on, only because it seems like there's a trend going on right now with gas and oil and everything that's just bringing everything up and up and up. Garbage and recycling. Luckily, we have some great membership, some great members who donate their time and their dump sticker. They stop at the firehouse, pick up our garbage, and just dispose of it appropriately at the transfer station. So we never have had a bill on that for at least the past 6 or 7 years. We do not have an alarm system. I'm sorry, water and sewer. Water and sewer, $300. We always, I try to put that in every year for a budget, just in case something comes up with a well pump and we have to have a bit of a fund to do something with. We had to replace our actual motor, or the pump itself, and then the expansion tank was shortly thereafter, and we had quite a bit of incurred costs there. But so I try to keep a $300 line item there. Alarm, we don't have any type of alarm at the firehouse. Computer expense, same thing. The computers we have in the firehouse are plenty up to date, and the intention is I don't think we'll have any type of computer expense in the coming season.
Do you want me to roll on?
My 4-year-old decides he runs the show. Nonetheless, so education and training is we spent a lot of money over the past 3 years with the membership that we currently have and the amount of people that we have who are already certified to certain levels. I think 5,000 is a respectable number as to what we're looking to spend. Not to mention the fact with COVID, classes have decreased significantly. They're not as available. We also paid out of that $83.49.20 from last year. The department paid for myself and one of our other officers to attend an EMS instructor course. So we're able to hold most of our continuing education for our EMS providers in-house, and it won't cost the department any money, moving forward, as long as we maintain our certifications. Professional dues and fees, status quo unchanged, really. Uniforms, we had a large expense last year because we upgraded our uniform policies from a standard, our Class A uniform, from a standard white shirt, blue tie, blue pants, to a full jacket, hat ensemble. The jacket and the hat alone are about $380 between the two of them. So a lot of members have already taken advantage of or have been approved to upgrade their uniform. I don't anticipate as much of a cost next year because of how many members have already done it, already completed their uniform. Medical expenses are status quo. I am working out with the ambulance side of things, a little bit of a shift in that, which is why I actually went down a bit. The ambulance bills for supplies, so I'm trying to work out a kind of a shared supply program, but that's a work in progress. So moving forward, that's my goal at least. Fundraising expenses, obviously, if we have no fundraising income, fundraising expenses are zero. Volunteer expenses, we don't pay any of our volunteers. We also have no permit costs. Banking charges, $150. That's just an estimate We do have a safety deposit box that we have to pay an annual roll on. And we also have a couple of, we do have a note payable to Jewett City Savings Bank. And just in case any costs come about with that. And then debt service, that's the loan repayment. We pay about $1,300 to $1,400 a month for that. And it's a 15-year note.
Okay.
And that's actually represented in our cash and capital page as well.
Right.
Like me to go there now?
No, Josh,
Yes.
Orla had moved the screen down, but you didn't touch upon the expenses, the equipment.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I went too far.
So yeah, you had.
Oh,
marked
no worries.
On the gear. So I was just curious what were in those items.
Yep. So we always budget for 2 sets of gear per year with the National Fire Protection Association. They say that our gear has to be a maximum of 10 years old. Otherwise, degradation happens within the fabrics and things like that. So we always budget for 2 full sets of gear because unfortunately, the year previous to what the sheet entails, we had an $18,000 bill for gear because a lot of our gear was expired. So we always try to keep a rotation going now so we don't incur that massive number anymore. So that's why the 5,500 is there. We also purchase new gear for members who achieve the Firefighter 1 certification because the class usually requires a compliant set of gear in order to participate in the live burn and all that aspect of the class.
Yep.
Equipment parts, status quo, tools, it's actually down a bit. We had a little bit of an expense last year with some of the equipment, but I think that this year we'll have a little bit of a savings there. It'd be kind of a median of last year or a halfway of last year. Repairs just the same. We try to stay up on our equipment as best as possible. Rental, we don't anticipate any costs, and then same thing with other, we don't anticipate any costs. Building parts and repair, I have it listed there for 16,000. Unfortunately, our boiler is original to the firehouse, which is built in 1958. And because of that, it's making some fun noises. So it's time to, it's reached life expectancy, so it needs to be replaced. The estimated cost is about $11,000. So my anticipation is 16,000 in that line item, only because we do have other expenses that need to be expended, with the building itself. We just had part of the building re-sided, and things like that. There's other things that the building needs besides just the boiler. But that cost is estimated at $11,000. Vehicle expenses are also status quo. Fuel and parts and repair. Also, I went up on the fuel only because of the fact that we're seeing the home heating fuel, the diesel fuel, and the gasoline going up in price, and I want to be able to accommodate that.
Understood. Thank you.
Any questions with any of the expenses?
Well, when you say boiler, does that also, are you referring to the furnace hot water heater that you had listed in the capital request?
Correct. Yes, the furnace. Yeah, we had a separate propane. I'm sorry, an oil-fired water heater and an oil-fired furnace.
Okay.
So that project is included in this year's budget to replace the hot water heater to propane and the furnace to home heating fuel.
Okay.
Hey, quickly, Josh, your Explorer, what year is that? Is that a 13?
Yep.
No, I'm just surprised that it's still, you got a value of 23 for a 8-year-old vehicle.
Believe it or not, so we bought that in, I want to say we bought that in 18. And I was having trouble finding, we got a solid deal on it only because it previously was Ricky Hayes's police chief vehicle in Putnam. And the only reason we got it for a deal is they wanted 25 on the lot for it. And it wasn't going to happen. But although four-wheel drive SUV, for whatever reason, maintains their value in the worst way. And that's why I kept it where it was, only because I bet it doesn't have a lot of mileage on it. It
No,
only
I
has
just thought it
80.
was newer than that.
Oh, yeah, no, unfortunately not. I'd love to buy a brand new one, but the budget doesn't
Oh, of
entail for
course.
that. And everybody, I just want to point out, so last year we had at the budget, when we actually could sit down and see each other in person, when we talked about back then, we had discussed that we were procuring a loan for some capital equipment, the breathing apparatus and the radios. I put that under the capital items looking to purchase. Those are already purchased, and the note is reflective in the accounts page here.
So the breathing apparatus you did manage to get already?
Correct.
How about the radios? You did?
Those are also all set as well.
Okay.
And that's why there's no year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. There's no, I didn't put numbers in there because I mean, the air packs alone are good for 15. The radios we replaced are probably the better part of 18 to 20 years old. So as long as nothing significant changes in the communication infrastructure within our dispatch center, there shouldn't be any huge costs moving forward with that.
They probably do.
No, we're at the whim of them, unfortunately.
But yet they're supposed to be working for us.
Well, don't get me started on them, please.
No, I won't. I remember all too well.
We've had many a talk.
Yes, we have. I got nothing else for Josh.
Dan, do you have anything?
No, I think I'll wait for when Josh presents on the EMS.
One question, Josh. Additionally, in your capital request section, the turnout gear, that's the gear that's listed in the expense line, correct?
Correct. I listed it in the capital items only because it's a kind of
Annual.
it's an annual cost that is expected. The only reason I added an extra $500 onto that is because we have a lot of people who, or I should say, not a lot of people, but the cost is high, which are helmets. Helmets are the one things we don't normally replace every 10 years, but as people get certifications, their helmet style changes, and the helmets can go for anywhere between $200 and $400.
Okay.
And that's the only reason there's a $500 difference between the budgeted item and the capital item.
Right. Okay. I don't have anything else.
Thanks, Josh.
How about any citizen comments, or I know Ron's in the meeting, John Kaczynskis got in. Is there anything that either one of you wanted to add since you're here?
No, just our next plan would be at some point, we are gonna need to plan on sections of the roof being repaired.
Right.
Some of them are original, some of them are rubber. They're 30 years old, and we're patching a few leaks here and there. So our next big thought is gonna be moved towards some roof repairs.
Yeah, flat roofs are roughly 20 and shingles 30. You're at the life expectancy.
Yes, we've done a few patches. Luckily, we're holding good now, but we need to start thinking forward towards it.
Okay.
I don't have any comments at this time.
Okay. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
All right, excellent. We'll move on. Okay. Community ambulance. We can squeeze this in before John Sharp gets in. Okay, and Josh, you're going to present?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Go for it.
Let's see. Okay, good. All right. So I don't. There's no real big secrets on this. I mean, we're kind of the status quo across the board. We don't have any anticipated capital improvements for the year. The ambulance is running effectively. Staffing is a little bit on the light side, but we're moving forward with that. We have a good group of people that are moving forward. So under the billing income, you'll see and 19 were a little low. It's some Medicare and Medicaid troubles that we had to get through. Those were corrected. 2020 obviously showed a significantly higher budget or billing income revenue. And this is actually what went in the account versus what is billed. I can say that the billing or the amount billed for 2020 was about $516,000.
Right.
And unfortunately, between collections, insurances, Medicare, Medicaid, we were only able to collect just under 249,000. So my anticipation, I'm sorry.
It's just a travesty.
Yeah, honestly, it is. It's not fair whatsoever. But nonetheless,
right.
And my estimation for 2021 is 240,000. We average 240,000. That's kind of where we sit. We've had years that we're at 225, 230. My budget that I have on a different spreadsheet goes back to 2013, and it averages about 240. We've gotten as high as 270 before, but again, that's all based upon insurances, whether we transport a lot of private insurances versus Medicare, Medicaid patients. It's way too variable, so I try to stick to a lower average number for billing income. Donation, same, nothing really changes there. We don't receive a whole lot of donations on the fire side, on the ambulance side, except in 2018, we did lose one of our members, I believe. And the donation was to go to the ambulance. Town support, I'm requesting 75,000. And I'm actually requesting 100,000. I'd like the town, a couple of years ago, the town put in for a capital budget item for 30,000 to replace ambulances. And this was, I'm probably saying maybe 6 to 8 years ago. And I'd like that to start back up. I'd like to see the town start assisting us in actually kind of merging the ambulances over to a town run entity rather than a fire department based entity. So my intention is that that's where I kind of see that 25,000. The reason I didn't put it in the budget is because operationally it's not necessary right now. So I didn't know how to put that. I'll let you guys note it and see how you want to handle that. I don't know. I didn't know personally how to deal with that. So
Josh, what you're looking for is potentially an extra 25,000 that would be put into, it would be like an account for an ambulance fund for future.
Yeah, correct. It would be a budgeted amount for a capital expense to be held by the town, not to be given out to the fire company.
Okay. For the purpose of purchasing a new ambulance. Sorry, Suzanne.
Correct. I would go on the extent to say for the purchase of a capital expense.
Okay.
Only because unfortunately, like the power load systems in our ambulances are roughly about 25,000 a piece. And the stretchers are about $20,000 a piece. God forbid if one of those are to break, even though we do have an insurance, I don't want to say an insurance plan, it's a maintenance contract with them. If it was could not be repaired, that's a capital expense that I would go back to the town for and say, okay, I think this is a justified expense for this item.
Okay. So you're asking to put money into an account yearly to purchase a town-owned ambulance? Is that where you're going with that? Town-owned ambulance?
And okay. and that's all for my plan. I mean, we all, the selectmen, myself, we all sat in a meeting with the board of directors, and it was approved to move and transition the ambulance to a self-run entity or a town-run entity, one or the other. Basically, branch it out of the fire company. And in order to do that, the assets would need to be purchased from Community Fire Company. The ambulance doesn't have enough financial gain to be able to yearly to be able to do that in any short amount of time. With this amount of money, I would hopefully put at least us on a plan to get to where we need to be, in 3 to 5 years, I would hope.
So community owns the ambulance is what you're saying?
And in order for us to separate ambulance from fire company, we would have to purchase that ambulance off of the department. according to what the state says on that.
I have to sit on that one.
Yeah, I do too. I'm trying to digest that one a little bit because
It's for the good of the town, and it just seems odd to have to purchase it from the fire department.
given the fact that we've had
And
them
this
in
is
our
only-
budget.
This is only if we separate from the company. If we separate from the company, technically speaking, all of the assets of community ambulance are owned by community fire company. And if we were to separate, it would have to be some type of negotiation between the board of directors of community currently and the new board of directors of this potential new service to come to a resolution on either purchasing the ambulances, coming to some sort of agreement as to, okay, we'll give you these ambulances, but this is what we're keeping, and you're responsible for yourself. On the legal side of it, I was told from the state of Connecticut and the one of the attorneys or an EMS consultant who was involved in this, who has done this before, basically said that the current ambulances and all the assets are owned by the fire company, which means that any new service that transitions out of that service must purchase those assets from the company.
So we're not talking
So-
about an account to purchase new equipment or a new ambulance. You're looking at it as a way of separating, but that's not really entirely fair for our taxpayers who've already helped to fund the purchases.
So maybe the purchase is not market value though, maybe because the ambulance has made the payments on those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
But they're registered to community fire department.
The way that the state looks at that though is the money that the ambulance gets is the fire company's money, because the fire company runs the ambulance.
So
on
when you
paper.
say purchase, you're not talking market value, you're talking at a, like, because
Well, I mean, it would be what ultimately it all depends on the resolution. But I mean, for the purpose of this meeting, I mean, I'm not asking for the town to put away money to kind of help us separate. I'm asking for, in the future, we're going to end up needing an ambulance, whether we're still associated with the fire company or not, we're still going to need an ambulance. But I don't want the fire company getting $100,000. I think 75 will operate us, but I want the capital expense to be there in case we need to move forward with the purchase of an ambulance. I mean, one of our ambulances is already 6 years old. The life expectancy of an ambulance is between 7 and 10. One of our ambulances is actually years old. So because of that, it's just unfortunately at $75,000, we don't have the ability to do any type of capital work.
Understood. You would be able to if you were able to collect that 500 and some odd $1,000 worth of bills.
You're not kidding. We could buy an ambulance a year at that point. I mean, an ambulance right now is roughly between. I mean, we got a deal on this last one. We only spent $130,000 on it, but I do have to say that the last ambulance previous to my appointment in this position was $2,000 at purchase.
Right.
After the equipment was installed and things like that. So they're not cheap by any means, unfortunately. If I go back to the Cadillac days, I would. Those were fantastic.
So Josh, the town has not always given the ambulance service money. And I know that the last couple of years we have. How has the ambulance service survived then?
They survive off of the billing. Between the billing, the billing income, and like I said, billing income is usually between $250,000 to $270,000. So I mean on average it costs about $300,000 to run an ambulance 24 hours a day. We run our ambulance, I'll say 16 hours a day because we're full time 24/7 on the weekends. During the week we're only during the day as a paid in-house ambulance crew. On the overnights is a stipend. People respond from home if they're within a certain time frame. So I'll say 275,000 is a rough number as to what it costs to run one ambulance 24 hours or for a full year. And with that, the billing income usually covers that. And that's why in years past, the ambulance has gotten a 0 and not really had any issues with supporting it. But unfortunately, and the Speedway also was a huge change to that as well. Staffing the Speedway is a standby rate. Costs. Oh, did you? It costs the Speedway money for us to stand by up there. And that did help us. I mean, we had a couple of years that we were making $60,000 to $70,000 up at the Speedway. Unfortunately, in years past, we're seeing about 30. So we've had a decrease income there with billing the way it has been, especially with our Medicare and Medicaid issue in the past. Moving forward, I want to make sure that our T's are crossed and I's are dotted and make sure that the bills can be paid and capital can be, spent upon it as necessary.
Josh, I got a question on your debt service, loans and other debt repayments. It said 16,000. What is that actually on?
We have a $100,000 note on the brand new ambulance.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. So that's the 2020 Ford?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And we actually started paying on that in 19. We ordered it and the loan got procured shortly after we ordered it. And then we had a couple of design mix-ups and ordering mix-ups and such. So we actually didn't take delivery until 2020, but we started paying on the loan early to try to get it paid off quicker.
Okay.
So, Josh, we pay NECOG for paramedic services.
Correct.
Explain that. Why do we? I know that we don't have paramedics for a community, but I thought KB. Okay.
So NECOG is technically the contracted service. They contract with an ALS service to provide the coverage. The town pays NECOG not whatever the contracted rate is. Mm-hmm. But what we do is it's called bundle billing. Basically, when the paramedic intercepts with us, we bundle bill. They send our billing company a bill. We compile that with our bill and we have to remit their bill to them. So an average bill for a paramedic intercept is roughly about $180. In addition to what NECOG, and I should say the town, pays the additional $95. So either way, we have to pay the paramedic just as well as the town does because we get the billing side of it. You guys have the administrative side of it, if you will. Back when AMR had the contract, it was like a $220 NECOG rate, which is what the town was paying. And the departments were paying the normal paramedic operation or the paramedic billing rate, which is like $180. So either way, both those fees have to be paid.
So community is paying one half of it, the town is paying the other? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
or the paramedic company is paying one half and the town is paying the other?
The town is paying the NECOG contracted rate, which I believe is $95 per call.
That's correct. 95 is the NECOG rate.
So 95 is the NECOG rate currently. That's what the town pays per paramedic intercept. In that transports, it's only transports that we're talking about. If the paramedic gets canceled on scene, in theory, there's no attached to it, whether to the town or the department. If the paramedic rides in the ambulance and goes with the crew to the hospital, NECOG or the town pays NECOG $95 for that call, or KB directly or whomever the contract holder. And then the department bills the patient's insurance for, say it's a $500 bill between the ambulance fee and the paramedic fee. The paramedic then has a separate line item on the bill that's usually somewhere in the ballpark between $75 and $180, depending on what the insurance is. And the department has to supply that to the contract holder as their fee for riding in the call. Does that explain it?
The paramedic is bundled bill because it's the only way they can get any fees out of Medicare. It's got to go through the ambulance service.
The American Ambulance, when they had the contract, had a big issue because they didn't want to bundle bill. They wanted to do their own billing, and they ended up kind of getting shot in the foot on that one because they weren't getting any reimbursements from Medicare and Medicaid. But the ambulance services weren't having to pay them either. So, but the BLS rate and the ALS rate is two separate rates. So technically speaking, under the billing income, I could deduct all the paramedic charges out of that and then just report and then just ignore the paramedic expense line item. But we include it together. So that 18,000 is out of that. So, I mean, in theory, when you actually look at it, the community fire company or the community ambulance's billing income was $18,239.60 less than what was noted on that sheet. In theory, because it is billed, it's bundle billed to the insurance together, but it's separate. Its payment comes all the community, and then we have to disperse it where it needs to go.
So
Josh, with the, are you going to be able to get any funds from the state with that amount of money that Dave Kimball's getting for the COVID issue? It's supposed to be partially given to the towns of the ambulance services.
I unfortunately don't. I don't know anything of that. The only thing I do know is the payroll protection program, the PPP program with the state. I know that we were awarded $45,000 as a protection, but there's a lot of question as to it's technically a loan.
No, I'm not talking about that.
So
the governor awarded money.
Yeah, no. We did. The only thing we had this year, which I believe I put under billing income, which was the Medicare, how they call it, I forgot what they called it. It was like a Medicare stimulus program. And we got $3,000 off of that in order to offset some of our expenditures. But that amount was based upon call volume. So every service got a different amount. And unfortunately, with the amount we bill Medicare, $3,000 is what we were given.
Yeah, this just came out in the past week.
Oh, I wouldn't know that. I haven't heard anything from the board of directors regarding that whatsoever.
Yeah, Dave Kimball was awarded X number of dollars, because of the COVID. And if I remember correctly, reading, there was a certain amount that was supposed to go to the services that are, providing with that.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I have not heard anything upon that.
And the last time that I remember the town doing anything for the ambulance, we did have a program. It goes back 20 years anyway, that they used to put aside X number of dollars a year towards the purchase of a new ambulance. But that stopped. Orla can look back in her records, but it goes back quite a few years.
Yeah, the last time was fiscal 2015.
For an ambulance?
Yes.
We used to have a program different than that going
okay.
further back.
Okay, I can do some research.
And I think part of the getting away from it too was after the ambulance started billing and getting recovery, because the town used to do the ambulance help because it was a free service at the time with complete volunteers. And that goes back probably 20 years.
Okay.
Orla, in 2015, if I remember correctly, we put in $20,000. Maybe it was 25, or maybe they asked for 25. And I think it was a one-time, might have been 2 years in a row. And it was specifically to purchase an ambulance. The request came in to purchase an ambulance, and the ambulance would give like 3 ambulances, I think. And at that time, the community was just starting to work with the Speedway, I think, or they were getting, the Speedway was opening up for more hours or something to that effect. And I remember it was a pretty hot topic at a Board of Finance meeting.
So I just looked back, I don't have access to the older records, but in 2017, we did give the ambulance service 25,000. I wonder if that's what you were referring to.
What year was that?
That was 2017. It might have.
I think that 25,000 was operating though. I don't think that was capital. And I only say that because I was on the department. That was the year before I took over. And this, I'm going back probably about 2010, I would say, is when I remember a $30,000 line item for specifically an ambulance purchase. And that's the only reason I bring that up.
Yeah, I think Josh, I think I remember that. That was the year I started, and I think you're right. And I do think it was 2015. But I'll verify it and I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, I remember that distinctly. Remember that it was a very hot topic at a Board of Finance meeting because it was specifically to purchase an ambulance.
Yeah. And you mentioned that you purchased one in 2014, right, Josh?
It was either 14 or 15. The ambulance itself is a 2014, so I would imagine somewhere around there. So it's one of those two, but yes, correct. One of those 2 years we did purchase an ambulance.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So if it was fiscal 14, 15, we probably gave you guys the funds in July or August of 2014.
So Josh, your thought is that you would like, I was at the meeting, the Zoom meeting, where it was discussed with your board of directors about separating from community fire department. And I can understand the mindset behind that, I think, and I think that when it was volunteer, it was a great combination, but as it's grown to a full-time ambulance service, I can see where the need to be independent is there. I really can understand that. But are you leaning toward a town-owned ambulance service, which I think other towns do that? I like that thought, and I think that we should have some more discussions about that, how that works, how that looks, that kind of thing. But
I mean,
what with the big picture I'm seeing is East Thompson has a service, and I know it differs from community EMS, but also I'm looking at what we're paying NECOG and wondering how those could, that there's money being spent in NECOG, how can that be brought into like a town ambulance service?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about, KB went through the headache when American Ambulance took over. They challenged NECOG because Killingly uses 33% of the paramedic services. And the town of Killingly challenged NECOG and said, we want to provide our own paramedic service to our own town, not the region, just our town. And NECOG shot it down. There was a lot of intermixing of communication between that. Just to abridge it, it got shot down. And then KB ended up getting awarded the contract for the region. Unfortunately,
explain to me why KB has a say in it. Explain to me why KB has, NECOG has a say in it. If the town of Thompson decides they want to have their own.
NECOG holds the PSA for this area.
Correct. NECOG holds the technical primary service primary service area for our town as well as our region. KB had challenged NECOG and requested that the PSA be relinquished to Killingly to cover the town of Killingly. Because of that, NECOG has always held the paramedic contract for this region since, Kenny, you're going to have to interject on this one. I don't know what year.
It goes back a few years. They have paramedics because their system had expanded. They actually wanted to carve out Killingly from the PSA. I believe they challenged it with the OEMS, and OEMS denied them.
OEMS denied them simply because of the fact that NECOG had a provider already. And unfortunately, you cannot get a denial unless you cannot get a denial on a PSA unless it shows that lack of service. So if they missed 50% of the calls, then Killingly probably would have been awarded their paramedic PSA. But unfortunately, they weren't.
The area.
So, there is one, we could challenge a town and say, and if we had a capital expense item of $100,000, we could get all paramedics and community in Thompson's ambulance service. If it was a town-run entity, things like that. But the startup cost alone, I mean, one cardiac monitor is $35,000. The medication bag we carry as paramedics are over $1,000 of medications, and they expire every couple of months. So there's a lot of cost. On the flip side, there's a lot of billing. A normal ambulance trip, we bill out about $850 for an ALS1 bill, and there's a separate ALS1, ALS2. ALS1 means that only it was a simple ALS call. ALS2 means it was much more complex, and there are parameters for each. But an ALS1 bill is about $1,200, an ALS2 bill is about $1,400. So yes, there's more billing income to be had, but to see the return on it is years. We
don't have enough calls. We don't have enough paramedic type calls. The cost would be astronomical. That's why, this is going back to the 90s when we went to the paramedic intercept. And at that time, they were barely keeping up with the 20 odd towns, enough calls to keep AMR going back then. And the only way AMR was making money was with the transfers.
They were making money with the transfers, but they were also charging quite a hefty fee to the towns for a NECOG rate too.
Yeah, but I mean, but that was all figured in, and that was also driven by the hospitals.
Correct. Yes. Part of the money from
intercept.
Part of the money from NECOG does come from the respective facilities we transport to, specifically Day Kimball and, well, we don't in Thompson, we don't go to Plainfield Emergency Care Center, but Day Kimball does subsidize some of that cost for the paramedic services through NECOG, but ultimately the town and the insurances or the departments pay for the paramedic service. I have, just to kind of move on to a different topic would be, I have been in talks with Putnam EMS as well as Woodstock Ambulance in regards to merging our services to increase our call volume, decrease our expenses. I had a meeting with the board of directors of the Putnam Ambulance that went absolutely fantastic. They're definitely interested in it. And moving forward, I think it's definitely something we're trying to push along. But an ambulance is still expensive at the end of the day. And that's the only reason I brought up that $25,000 capital budget. There is no timeline as to when we could potentially merge. There's a lot of logistics involved, a lot of PSA and state matters that need to be worked on. Not to mention our local EMS plan dictates how long it takes us to get from starting up the truck to being on scene of a call. We have to make sure all those numbers are applicable to every call we respond to, depending where we're based out of. So there's a lot of logistics involved, which is where we have had some discussions upon, but we haven't been able to set anything in stone or set any type of plan as of yet. We're still ongoing in these talks.
So, Amy, yeah. So is that something that we would put under our capital budget?
No, I think that it should be a direct request here.
But he's asking that it not be on his capital expenses.
We're not there yet. I think it's a conversation.
Oh, maybe
it's a conversation to have with the Board of Finance, but we're not to that point where he wants to be.
They haven't broken out on their own yet.
For town support, because they are still a private entity, then it needs to come through the proper channels. That's my opinion. So.
At the point that they separate from the fire department is when it's going to be of their concern about being able to fund the ambulance and replace them. That's why he was throwing out 30,000.
Well, 25,
but it's not to me like it was almost a catch-22. Like they can't really separate without an ambulance.
No, and just to talk on that for a second, to separate, the state also requires us to have, I believe it was 8 months of capital or 8 months of operating
expenses and
we have to prove that in order to actually separate. So like I said, there's a lot of moving parts here that I think is a lot bigger talk than, not for nothing, but this budget meeting.
Right.
Correct. Okay.
Agreed. And
But-
things are getting late and this is
Yeah.
running over.
But in the near future, it does seems like it will tread that the fire department and the ambulance service, because John Sharp has talked about this before, that they would just stay as a fire department and turn the ambulance service over to the town, and it become a town problem, because we're obligated to make sure that we supply EMS services to the town.
And I've explored that option just the same of moving it to a board of directors that the town assigns, such as, somebody on the town on a board or a special board, maybe, that's going to be the board of directors of the ambulance service, things like that, having townspeople on it so that they have a say as to what goes on in our ambulance service because they're the ones ultimately using it. But I think that's a plan for the future, and talks to be had.
Okay, for the sake of opening it up to some citizen comments, Justin Young raised his hand. So Justin, did you have a comment in regard to this presentation?
Yeah, Amy, I do. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Josh, have you planned for any of the minimum wage increases that the federal government might put on employers?
The minimum wage increase is already set up to $15, and there is a schedule based upon that. And we have been complying with it, obviously. And the budget numbers that I have here for wages does reflect that change.
Okay. My next question is, there is a lot of volunteer, as I understand it, that's still involved in community ambulance. It's not a completely paid service. It's a stipend, right? But the people who are on that stipend there's still some volunteer services that are being provided to community ambulance. Could you give the Board of Selectmen an idea as to how much hours wise that potentially is a week?
So I've run the numbers. So right now we're volunteer, I'll say, but it's actually a paid stipend. We're volunteer on the Monday through Friday overnights. I've done the numbers as to how much it would cost to put paid staff on in the firehouse or in the garage for those periods to have a 24-hour paid ambulance service. And we're talking about an increase of about $25,000 to $30,000 a year just in wages and payroll. That doesn't include taxes. Taxes, we'd probably see another $10,000 to $15,000, I would imagine, off of that number. It's about 25% of our wages is what our taxes usually entail. So because of that, it's not something I'm willing to explore at this time. I'd love to have paid staff 24/7 because it only increases the access of the citizens to ambulance service in a quick and timely fashion, pending there's no second calls or things like that. But on a first ambulance basis, it would increase the ability for the ambulance to get there more effectively and quickly. But with the cost incurred, it's just not a doable number right now.
Right. No, I understand that the cost prohibitions behind that. I wanted it to be understood that this isn't a fully paid service to date, that there is still some
Correct.
volunteer / very low pay for someone to be responsible to respond to save someone's life potentially. And then from an administrative perspective, there is still some uncompensated pieces there as well, correct?
I would say yes. I mean, I'm paid as the administrator to handle most of the day-to-day stuff and the operational matters. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I do off the clock, so to speak, that just to better what we need to do. So I'm not full-time by any means. I work on average about 15 hours a week for the ambulance service. So I think I keep up on it fairly well. I've had my downfalls just the same, but administratively, we try to stay on top of it. I try to do what things need to be done no matter what, whether there's compensation or not. The town needs to have an ambulance. That's the way I look at it. And that's the way I've always looked at EMS in every respect.
Understood. And as a citizen and a fellow first responder, I sincerely appreciate that. I wanted it to be known to the Board of Selectmen that, and they probably know without me having to bring it up, but that this is not a fully paid service 24/7, 365.
We're well,
Thank you.
Justin, we're well aware.
The other thing is that your employees don't receive any benefits, do they?
That is correct. There's no sick time. There's no vacation time. If they take a day off, it's considered unpaid. There's no full time. Every person is considered at the state level as a per diem employee. So as long as they stay under 32 to 34 hours a week, and in a 6-week period, their average stays below 32 hours. There's no, technically speaking, at the state level, there's no requirement for us to offer benefits. I have helped some of our employees that are, they're lacking insurances and things like that. I've helped them through the access program and tried to do my best with the HR aspect. I'm not a savant when it comes to the HR aspect whatsoever, but I try to help them through to get what they need. But technically speaking, company wise, there is no requirement for that.
Any other thoughts, comments, questions?
It might be beneficial in the future to have some sort of a Board of Selectmen, community, fire department, community EMS meeting to discuss options.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
Yep.
I'd welcome that in the future.
Right. Any other questions, comments?
Amy, just real quick, the selectmen reviewed, I assume you guys reviewed previously our expenses, for the sake of time. Does anybody have any questions on anything that's listed there?
No, I asked my questions already.
Josh, do you have a separate audit?
The audit is done by our treasurer, which is also the fire company's treasurer. It's the same board of directors, and the accountant's office handles the audit as a group. So, John, correct me if I'm wrong. That's true, correct? It's handled as a group.
Yes, the treasurer takes care of both the ambulance side and the fire side.
Okay, so we can get a copy of the audit though?
We don't have an audit. We're unauditable. We can't do a regular audit, I guess, from what I'm being told. We don't do audits on a year-to-year basis. Again, I'm not an accountant. I don't know why. I couldn't answer that, but from what I'm being told, we don't do audits.
Just because you have the ambulance side?
No, either way, from what I'm being told.
Oh, because the other fire department said they could provide us audits.
Again, I don't know the answer to that, Suzanne.
Is that something you could find out?
I could find out why.
I think Orla was going to be asking all the departments to submit their audits for us to look at.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that because we've never done any in-house audits. From what I'm being told, we can't do audits. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not an accountant. I'll try to find some answers for you though.
Hey, John, you do have somebody that does your taxes though, right?
Absolutely.
And I think that's what all the fire departments do.
I mean, we can certainly, come up with tax filings and all that if that's what they're looking for. Sure, that's easy enough to do. But an actual bona fide yearly audit, no, we do not. But we do have tax filings.
All right. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Moving on to Community Fire Company. John Sharp,
That's me.
you're on.
All right.
Let's see. I think Orla's getting, there we go.
All right. Pretty much kind of self-explanatory. 2018, 2019 Obviously, our 2020, what we're in now, 18, 19 hasn't changed for the last 2-3 years. Obviously, you've had copies of those in the past. Couple items in regards to calendar year 2021, other communication examples, radios, etc. We have a few UHF radios in the apparatus that are have seen their life expectancy. And again, I'd like to start changing some of those out to a little more modern digital units. The Quinnebog Valley Communication is eventually, they were supposed to all be what they call simulcast. It's a new programming that the dispatch center has been going through. Obviously, because of the COVID, their equipment and so forth, it's on delay, I believe, until probably the middle of 2021. But again, some of the radios that we do have are not capable of being programmed into the new simulcast system. So in turn, that's why I had put that on there. Computer expenses. I've got a couple printers that again have seen their day and looking to possibly upgrade those. Turnout gear. Now this is one of the fields where I guess a lot of the chiefs have been concerned about, is this a capital expense or is this truly on a fixed expense? I would personally, I'd like to do 2 sets of gear each year to stay compliant with NFPA regulations. But we did purchase 5 sets that were purchased in October of 2020, as it's outlined there. However, they haven't been delivered yet. There was a delay in the factory because of the COVID. Factory shut down for 2 months, so we're still waiting. So again, that money will be coming out more than likely for the 21 season. But again, personally like to do 2 sets each year just to keep on top of things. Tools. I've got a few lengths of 1 3/4 hose that probably will not pass this coming year's hose testing. So I'm looking at possibly purchasing 20 lengths, about a $2,800 expenditure. So that's where that tools and equipment increase for 21. Actually, it's a little bit less because I'm not purchasing any others that I can foresee at this point in time. Building parts and repair. I don't think I need to explain to any of you, obviously, the condition of the building here. We had a few issues actually just last week, I believe it was, where the more of the concrete is falling and somebody was doing some work upstairs and some of the old concrete was starting to fall again. So my guess is we're probably going to have to do something to put some more Band-Aids on for the time being. Vehicle expenses, that's always a big one, unfortunately. This past year was about 17,000. The year before that was 27. I'm going with an estimate of about 20,000. I don't know. I'm hoping that maybe it won't be that high, but again, I don't know for sure. As the fleet gets older, just like anything else, they seem to break down that much more. One of the big ones, obviously, is our tower truck being a 93. Back in 2019, we had some pretty substantial repairs to the tune of about 19,000 out of that 27 was just in that one truck. However, to replace that one truck is about $1 million. So my board of directors decided that it was best that we put the money into that truck and try to keep it running as long as we possibly can. Utilities pretty much cut and dry. There's nothing too elaborate when it comes to that. I mean, I guess that's pretty cut and dry. I don't know if anybody has any questions at this point in time. If not, if you want to continue to scroll down. Vehicle expenses, education and training. I've got a few people that took interest in possibly another Fire 1 or Fire 2 class. So again, the education and training is just a bit over what it was for 19 and 20. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it as far as any other unusual expenses. We've got about another 3 years left on the debt service for the heavy rescue truck. That's where that 30,246 comes into play each year. So that hopefully in another 3 years will be expired. But obviously bottom line puts us, we're about $2,300 in the hole this year. Next year, again, with some of the increased expenses, with the request for the 80,000, still puts us in at about $9,800 in the hole. 18, 19, we're 17,000, 11,000 respectively in the hole. We did take, money out of savings to cover our fixed expenses. So that savings account is starting to dwindle down, which we really need to keep money in there for emergency expenses, any sort of heavy capital expenses that are unforeseen.
John, I got a question on your expenses, mileage reimbursement.
Mhm.
There's nothing there this year, but who received mileage reimbursement in the past?
I believe it was the treasurer that had some minor mileage reimbursements. I'd have to go back and see, but I'm 99% sure it was the treasurer.
Not anticipating the treasurer needing anything this year?
I don't believe so. She actually works for the company, so she's there, thank goodness.
Okay. Thoughts from the board?
Did I? Oh, wait, maybe it's you. No, I'm looking for your assets. Your savings accounts.
Keep going down. It's at the very bottom of past the capital items. Keep going. Sorry, Orla.
No, you're fine.
There
Oh,
it
I
is.
don't know if I got that page.
Yeah, it's the last page of the email. So the cash page is here. And if we scroll up, the assets and asset requests are here.
That's not the same assets that I have either. Capital assets. That's not what I have.
That's what I got.
That's the one I sent to Orla.
Last two. You want me to go
Hey,
down?
you know what? It would help if I was looking at the right budget. All right. Sorry, it's getting late. We've been at this for a while. Well, that makes sense.
Is that good, John?
Again, just outlining the capital items that we're going to have to look at for the next few years. I've got 10 air packs that are they're almost expired at this point in time. Luckily, the testing company Shipman's Equipment comes out. They can patch them, I guess is the best way. The service life is expiring. They're not inexpensive, unfortunately. Tried to break it up a little bit, 4 packs in 21, 4 packs in 22, the other 2 in 23. That'll keep us going for probably another 10 to 15 years before we have to think about replacing the other ones as well. As I explained earlier, turnout coats and pants, 4 sets, 2 sets in 22, and then 26 to 30, another 2 sets. Obviously, looking at inflation at that point, I'm sure they're going to be a little bit more than in 22. According to NFPA, the first due out piece of apparatus can't or should not be more than 20 years old. The engine we purchased in 2004, so 2024 puts it at 20 years. Again, if we follow NFPA regulations and requirements, that should be replaced. That is our first due out piece. Again, I'm putting that in as a capital expense just so everybody is aware. We've had some pretty decent issues with our furnace this year. It is 26 years old. Speaking with the company that services it, the burner nozzles are about 4.5 gallons per hour. It's incredibly inefficient. So again, we're going to have to think about replacing that or doing something different.
Is that hot water or hot air, John?
That's hot water. It's hot water. As you heard from Josh, we do have staff from EMS that are on duty at night. There's not a lot of people that stay overnight, but we do have some people that do. We have them sleeping on our couches and chairs in our day room. The board of directors has been hashing around for a couple of years now in regards to some sort of formalized bunk rooms, just so that they have the privacy for sleeping. We're talking about the extra space that we have downstairs that we're going to be cleaning out and trying to put up our own individual male and female sleeping quarters. So again, that 15,000 comes, again, I'm no contractor. I'm taking a guess on that. Again, if we can do a lot of the work ourselves, we can save some money. But again, I don't know what supplies are and so forth.
Where are you gonna put that downstairs, John?
In the back room where the old 38 is in the bathroom.
Okay, under the addition.
Correct.
Okay.
The safe part, let's put it that way.
I wasn't going there.
Okay, I'm just putting it out, that's all. And then obviously the big one being the addition to the existing station that we've been talking about for a few years. I am going to be consulting with Mitchell Associates, who's the engineering firm out of New York, that we have dealt with or have met with a couple times previous to the COVID, to try to come up with a program for an addition. Again, if we look at roughly what an addition would cost in compliance with ADA and NFPA and all the regulations and so forth, about a $50,000 a year expenditure for a mortgage is kind of what I'm putting in there, I guess is the best way to describe it. And then the last thing is the pavement out in the front of the apparatus bays. The pavement is really starting to come apart. I was asked by my board of directors to put that into a capital expense to see if we can get that taken care of before we lose the pavement. It's kind of all wishy-washy and starting to come apart. So again, estimated cost of capital expense assets for the first year, 104,000, year 299, year 365, 70, and then obviously 6 to 10 years around 500,000. It's a big hit. We've done this for the last few years. You're requesting the capital expense. More than happy to give it to you. It's not inexpensive by any shape, form, or way. Neither is the fire service. So again, I just want to kind of put that out there for everybody. Looking at our bank accounts, Orla, if you want to scroll down one more time. Cash and investments under the general checking fund or general fund checking. That account is what we get our yearly grant money from the town, and that's what we use to pay our fixed expenses. Our fiscal year goes from May 1st to April 30th. So we still have about another 4 more months to go with only 13,000. I think we can do it, but we may have to take some out of that savings for capital expenditures and emergencies for that 81,000. The Chiefs account, that's basically a debit account. Should we run into emergencies during the course of any month, it's a $500 cap. And then the final thing, as I explained, we have the building fund. The program which Mitchell Associates is looking at doing for us is anywhere from 35 to 40,000, which gives us a very comprehensive program, as they call it, with information for building and design plans and so forth. Not architectural plans, but at least it gives us a very good idea, also with costs and everything associated with it. And that pretty much is what we have here tonight.
John,
Yes.
what's the purpose of the 2009 Chevy Tahoe?
That is a secondary
That was
service.
that's the only vehicle you purchased this year,
Correct.
right?
Correct. That is a secondary service piece that has been going around the department for almost about 10 years now. We found the need that with the Polaris and the inflatable boat, it was very complicated to see behind the initial service truck. Sometimes, or there's quite a few instances where the service truck, the initial service 181, which is the F450, would go out. Then we'd need an additional trailer, whether it was the Polaris or whether it was the boat. We felt that if people are going to trainings, that they would be always taking their own vehicles. So we decided that that was also part of the package. When we do fundraisers, everybody's taking their own vehicles to get equipment and so forth. That was another purchase in regards to this vehicle as well. So a multi-use vehicle for many, many different situations.
Okay.
That money has been accumulated probably for a good 8 to 9 years through the fundraising. Board of directors had agreed way back when that we would take a very small amount of the fundraising efforts and put it aside. Why it took so long to get the vehicle.
Any other questions, comments, citizens' comments? Floor is open for that. Yes, there's none. Thank you, John.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right, any selectmen comments as we start to wrap this up?
Was that the last one?
That was.
That was it.
Jeez, it's been a longer day than I expected.
Wait till next Tuesday.
Is that one even longer? I know I took a half day that day.
No, that one's not as bad. This is the latest one.
Yeah, but we have the selectmen's meeting after that.
Oh, that's
with an hour break.
Well, at least we get an hour break.
Yeah.
We don't have to shut our video off and eat and, and listen.
Yeah. All right, so I'll make a motion that we adjourn at 8:18 p.m.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Have a great
Night.
night, guys.